International Conference on Safeguarding Sport is on course to be an exceptional edition from the 1st to the 4th of December 2020. The leading event in the agenda of the International Centre for Sports Security this time will be held virtually, after it was launched in Doha with subsequent successful editions in London and New York. Decision makers, experts and influential figures from the fields of sport, security, policy, international relations and business will discuss the current state and the future of security, safety and integrity of sport and the ways to protect it. The event will explore what the world of sport will look like in the post-COVID-19 era. 2020 virtual edition under the theme Building Resilience in an Ever-Changing World.
Good morning from New York. Good afternoon from Qatar. Thank you all for joining us for this international virtual summit for securing sport. It's the virtual 2020 edition. And as many of you may be joining us from your homes, as we are still, so many of us, quarantined under COVID, we're going to take a look at how sports has transformed this year and how we continue forward under this COVID era. I want to thank you very much for joining us. I'm Rena Ninen, a journalist here in New York and also founder of Good Trouble Productions. I want to welcome to the stage first to welcome all of you, the CEO coming to us from International Center for Sports Security, Massimiliano Montanari.
Thank you very much, Rena, and dear colleagues, friends, partners of the ICSS. While awaiting the official opening of Securing Sport 2020 by our chairman, I have the honor to give an introduction to this first virtual edition focusing on the topic of building resilience in an ever-changing world. But first of all, let me recall what this conference means for us, trusting that you share the same vision. Securing Sport, the first edition took place in Doha in 2011, has been conceived as an international and multisectoral conference aimed at promoting discussion and collective action vis-à-vis the challenges, the changes, and the threats that the world of sport is and will be coping with. It is about the present and the future, from major sporting events to grassroots sports. It is about informing policy and decision makers on ways to protect people, places, values, and the opportunities that sport can generate in the socio-economic context across nations. By bringing together all ICSS partners and allies, at the end of this long and challenging year, we trust Securing Sport will inspire the work of the ICSS for 2021 and beyond, while suggesting collective actions possibly involving all of us. We actually to meet again at the end of 2021, which will be generated in the next 4 days of this event. At the presence of high-level representatives and leaders from government, international and regional organizations, but also international, continental and national sport bodies, the business sector, academia, civil society, athletes and youth leaders, we thank all of you. These 4 days of digital session around day one of policy dialogues, starting in a few minutes. One day of policy dialogues, 2 whole days of expert debates, and the final day dedicated to youth consultations, hosted by the ICSS initiative Save the Dream. Because no future policies should be shaped without seeking input from youth. Securing Sport will address all areas in which the ICSS is operating and decided to put itself under the guidance of its board, at the service of sport and of the international community. Today, we will address topics of a systemic nature, which, in our opinion, need higher consideration from a policy-making perspective, starting from the impact that COVID-19 is having on the future of sport. The discussion will not be about masks or vaccination, but on how COVID-19 has changed the way we live, how it has accelerated the way we use technology, how the pandemic has become a tax to the happiness of people of all ages. And in this context, how the sport industry will have to adapt itself in the light of long-term social and economic changes, and which role sport will play in preserving humanity. We will then move to other policy issues, starting from the fight against corruption in sport, in an effort to identify new opportunities to tackle this plague and create stronger synergies between and among different international agendas, also in view, again, in 2021, of the first UN General Assembly, specifically dedicated to the fight against corruption. We will continue with a focus on major sporting events, their geopolitical relevance, and reflect on how the preparation of such events requires today, more than ever before, an in-depth assessment of major global challenges, such as those associated with environmental issues, migrations, rapid technological advancements, and international security matters. Today's policy dialogue will continue with a session on how to restore capacities in countries in transition, to host sporting competitions of different nature, and how to utilize the sport to promote stability in regions in turmoil. Lastly, but not least, we will conclude with a reflection to combat racism in sport, not just through awareness, but through the development of solid policies to address the weaknesses of the system we have built so far and ensure equal opportunity within sport. During day 2 and 3, we will host several expert debates, sharing ideas and preparing for actions in sectors in which international consensus has been reached, but where gaps still exist with regard to the availability of clear standards, tools, and internationally agreed approaches. With the aim of developing different sectorial roadmaps, we'll discuss the following topics: the use of big data to contrast the infiltration of transnational organized crime into sport, the development of an international framework on private security at major sporting events, the role of sponsors and the business sectors at large in safeguarding sport, but also the use of technology to protect people and places, the safeguarding of children in sport in an effort to move from a protection-based to a rights-based approach for children and youth. And finally, the topic of e-sport, with the aim of mitigating all the related risks and at the same time identify ways to leverage societal values and educational values through such platforms. So, in the course of Securing Sport 2020, building resilience in an ever-changing world. Thank you very much.
The coronavirus is impacting sports teams and leagues around the world.
And he's going to win the steering Grand Prix.
First time in NFL history that an all-black officiating crew worked a league game.
The emptiness feels as loud as the crowds that once filled these seats.
The start of a series we thought might never happen.
Wimbledon 2020 will be officially canceled
for F1's return following a 4-month hiatus.
The 2020 Summer Olympics now the latest.
major sports cancellation.
First field hospital for COVID-19.
Guards fans in the stands.
Basketball legend Kobe Bryant.
Still they can see. They don't see.
I want to thank you very much, Massimiliano, for your address and also for that video. Next, I want to bring in the chairman for the International Center for Sports Security, Mohammed Hamza.
Thank you, Rina. Dear friends, colleagues, dear sport people. You securing sport. Our conference, your conference. So many events have taken place since the organization of the first edition of Securing Sport 2011. Since then, several editions were hosted in different cities around the world. Doha, where the ICSS is headquartered, New York, London, and Washington, DC. We could not have imagined that the next location would be in the virtual space. But here we are, so far from each other, but at the same time, so close. We are here united for the good of sport. While many stadiums are still closed to public around the world, when sport events, mega and small, have been postponed until further notice, or transferred, or transformed. We are also here to openly discuss what the future of sport will look like in a new and economic scenario shaped by COVID-19, with or without a vaccine, with or without masks. No certain answer to any of these questions. I'm delighted that most of our allies were able to join us today. Governments we work with, international and regional organizations, international, continental, and national sport bodies, business and civil society organizations, you, our partners. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I said in front of you, years since the establishment of the ICSS, 10 years of hard work, 10 years of achievements, 10 years of technological advancement and support to institutions, 10 years of partnering with you. Our joint resilience is our light, is our grip. And while we have stood firm for 10 years, in our fight to securing sport, we have shown that we can adapt, we can change, we can shape our approach to keep fighting disguised viruses affecting sport, corruption, fraud, terrorism, racism, abuse, and discrimination. 10 years ago, when we started our research program on ethics in sport, with the first academic institute, the Sorbonne University, we joined at that time a small group of stakeholders who were unfazed by opening a Pandora's box. The challenge is still significant, but since then, we have contributed together to the development of solid and sustainable international policies, which now are reality. Let me recall our initiatives efforts in collaboration with UNESCO, UNODC, and the Council of Europe to combat match fixing, and the establishment jointly with 70 other organizations of the Sport Integrity Global Alliance, SIGA. It's first time in history there is an independent international multi-stakeholders organization based in Geneva called SIGA to protect the sport integrity. And we are proud to be a founder of SIGA. In the security field, let me also recall the development under the leadership of the UN Office of Counterterrorism in partnership with the UN violent extremism. The program is a milestone in the field of safeguarding sport and an opportunity to rethink the overall legacy factors in the context of sport security. The need is evident, especially in the light of emerging and future systemic threats combined with the new geopolitical factors. The same urgency and same proactive approaches need to be witnessed in the post-conflict zones and regions in turmoil. The people of these countries need sport in their path to peace, and they need it from the first day of experiencing reconciliation. Even here, the international community needs to be practical in addressing the need to rebuild capacity to manage sport at all levels, from international competition and the lack of action is an additional neglect imposed to these populations. All over the world, grassroots sports need to be protected, and a minimum standard of resources should be devoted to it in annual states' budgets. Strict rules and regulations at the international level should be in place to protect the youngest from any misconduct in sport. This should become a priority of government legislators, following global guidelines. This was our effective way to fight against racism. This is where our is necessary now more than ever. your inspirational harbor, from where to sail and fight, from where to live and conquer, in the name of sport, and for the benefit of people who have sport at heart. Have a great and productive event. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, our chairman for International Center for Sports Security, Mohammed Hanzab, and it has been very much a light. I'd like now to present to you from the World Health Organization a video on a topic that we're going to be discussing later. Then I hope you'll all join me in our next session, looking at securing sport in a post-COVID era.
Often I'm asked, what is the future of sport? Obvious, and we've seen at the early days, that how is the importance of having evidence-based and risk-based decision-making. At the beginning, all of the mass gathering, and by mass gathering is not just sport, but religious event, large concert, and so on, were closed, and the decision on which or by which those events were closed were often poorly communicated to the people, increasing the sense of anxiety in the society. In the beginning, WHO was asked to put out some tools and the best science possible to support the decision-making to whether or not to close or open a mass gathering event. This has been done, and the first message that any decision should be concerned with is don't take a decision that applies for that football match or that tournament or that religious event and applied across to a different crowd. Event the further spread. Each decision should be taken risk-based, based on the possibility of changing the feature of the event, outdoor, indoor, shaping the mass and the age of the participants, taking the right mitigation measures, distance, masks, washing hands, and so on. And finally, but very important, to communicate those decisions to the public and explain why and how change should the conditions be changed. We are often asked what are the considerations to be taken to restart or to safely retake and restart events, mass gathering or sport. The real issue is to take the whole decision making holistically, not just at the stadia, but where the whole operation, where all the trainer, the football, the referees are going to be traveling, eating, staying, which kind of measures are going to be taken through operation. And this is, of course, very much condition specific in that country, in that city, in that moment in time. The taking of a decision and transferring this decision someplace else in the world, often across sports, is something is not recommended. So again, risk-based decision, there are tools. Observe the feature of the event, spectator profile, length of the event, outdoor, indoor. See how much those features could be modified in order to minimize the risks. When the minimal risk has been decided upon, then we can impose mitigation measures. And with these mitigation measures, masks, hand washing, distancing, we will have the minimized risks for conducting that event. There is no such things like zero risks. The importance of mass gathering in the society has been seen not just in economic terms, but also for the whole tissue of the society across the world throughout the phases of this pandemic. We observe an over-shutting down of events, and often those decisions were ill-informed. Now, in this phase, with this better knowledge, with these better tools, decision about opening and closing mass gathering should be risk-based and should be based on that moment with those capacity for that sport. Is not the event per se that is risky. Is the behavior of the people, the measure to protect and to prevent the spread of the disease that matters. So demonizing the whole mass gathering as the single moment of spreading of the virus is oversimplifying the overarching risk assessment and pro and contra analysis.
And we'd like to thank the World Health Organization for that video and that debrief on COVID. I want to thank all of you for joining us. For those of you just tuning in right now, I am journalist and founder of Good Trouble Productions, Rena Ninan, and I'm joined by a wonderful panel. We're going to look at safeguarding sport in a post-COVID era. We know that during this time period of COVID, it has been incredibly difficult for the international community, including the international global economic impact this has had. But what will sports look like post-COVID in the era with technology? How has this changed our sports community? I want to bring in and introduce our panel. Joining us now is Raffaele Chiuli. He's the president of Sport Accord and the Global Association of International Sports Federation. Graham Stoker, the deputy president for Sport Federation Internationale, FIA, and also Marcus Diaz, who's the chairman of the Bureau of the 7th session of the Conference of the Parties to the Anti-Doping Convention, UNESCO, and also Joyce, who is CBE, OBE for FIFA, and also the General Secretary and the Chief of Social Responsibility and Education Officer. Joyce, quite a title. Did I get that right?
Yeah, sort of. Thank you very much. It's a bit of a long title, but it's Joyce Cook, Chief Social Responsibility and Education Officer at FIFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I wanted to double check that. I had so much there for you. I'd like to kick it off, Raffaele, if we could start with you. I want to sort of, if you could give us maybe an update of the current situation where we are right now, and what do you think has forever transformed and changed under COVID?
First of all, let me thank you for the kind invitation and congratulations for having organized such a lovely event. On behalf of the entire GAIS and Sport Accord family, I would like to share our concern, but also our best wishes for the athletes, the families, colleagues, and for everyone who has been affected by the global COVID-19 pandemic. Clearly, the international sport community has suffered, and many events have been either postponed or, unfortunately, have been canceled. But in spite of the pandemic, the sport community has had a significant amount of innovation and remarkable achievements, especially since many of us have been in the face of remarkable challenges. As we've seen, the world of sport did not stop because of the pandemic. And just as the situation with the pandemic is always evolving, our common solution have been dynamic and have been fully adaptable. We at GAIS and Sport Accord have continued to work towards our common goal of building a better world through sport. So this is in a nutshell the way how we have been tackling, let's say, the situation with the pandemic. And I'm sure that I can come back to this point later during the discussion we will have.
Raffaele, I want to sort of ask you a little bit about your organization, about GAIS, and in particular, the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon described your organization and Sport Accord as kind of like the United Nations of sports. When you look at it that way, if someone maybe isn't looking at it from an exclusive sports point of view, how would you describe kind of the global community and what it represents, as well as all the stakeholders in the international sporting world? What really would you say holds it together at this point? And what kind of melting pot? How do you see this all coming together?
Yes, indeed. Both Mr. Ban Ki-moon, my great friend, a person I have a great respect for, and also, as you correctly said, we have a fantastic melting pot where we bring together today, well, actually, since last week, 128 international organizations and sport federations from all over the world, summer and winter Olympic sport, IOC recognized or not yet IOC recognized international federation and sport discipline. In short, from the major Olympic sport to the new and emerging sport. But we equally support all our members and all our stakeholders to achieve their goals. In many cases, we have provided a clear pathway for our members, for our sport discipline to develop and grow, which ultimately for many is joining the Olympic program. But also we are developing sport accord and guys into influential world governing bodies in sport, but not just in the Olympic movement, but allow me to say also within non-sport governing body. You mentioned Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations, vis-a-vis the United Nations, UNESCO, UNEP, we work very closely with them. For example, guys, when several of our international sport federations pledged their commitment to the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, One Humanity campaign, which calls for solidarity, compassion, and unity in the face of discrimination and divisiveness. So we try to organize international sport gathering, but also multi-sport games. Why? For the simple reason that we have to create a platform for our international sport federation to showcase their sport discipline on a world stage. If you allow me just to give you an example, we have organized last year the inaugural World Urban Games in Budapest. Great success. Our athletes have been able to inspire the next generation, you know, and also to attract new fans. So it was a showcase, a comprehensive variety of demonstration, not only from the world of sport, but also the world of music, art, and certainly sport. So we had 50,000 people filling the venues in over a weekend, and certainly what makes me very proud is that young people and adults alike took advantage of our practice areas to try new activities. So we had many children from the local schools who had the opportunity to try out new sporting activities under the guidance exactly of these top-level athletes, which were just a few minutes before competing, let's say, on the field of play. So we left them with a newfound inspiration for, in this specific case, urban sport, and they have the opportunity to interact also with their role models, let's say. But one thing I want to underline, and I conclude what I'm saying, it was a progressive multi-sport event which was proud to promote gender equality. What do I mean? Not only that there was an equal number of athletes from each gender, but also equal prize money across all the sport. And this is something that we encourage also other multi-sport events to do. So we had a great feedback from International Sport Federation, the media, and above all from the athletes themselves. So I just wanted to give you these multi-sport games as an example of what we are trying to do for our stakeholders and our sport federation.
And Raffaele, just a few weeks ago, Sport Accord actually held the first ever digital sport federation forum. Among the participants was IOC President Thomas Bach, the WHO Director General as well. What were some of the takeaways from that? What are people in the sports community saying about how this post-COVID era might look like in the field of sports?
Well, the forum you just mentioned was for all of us a fantastic experience with so many concrete examples, best practices, and experiences from all over the world. We have seen how the International Sport Federation can use the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity, I underline, as an opportunity to explore new ideas and implement positive changes, as demonstrated by the several experts, contributors at our first ever fully virtual International Sport Federation Forum. So we had the opportunity to debate various challenges and responses to in relation to the ongoing pandemic, such as crisis management, scenario planning, events organization, and risk mitigation strategies that can be applied in the months and years to come. And in this respect, I see my great friend Graham Stoker connected, and I would like to publicly say thank to the FIA, because together, the UIM, I'm also president of the International Powerboating Federation, we had the opportunity to create a task force, a recovery task force, and we made great use of the experience of FIA for an early, safe return to competition. So Graham, allow me to thank you and Mr. Todd for the great contribution you gave to our sport. But also, let's say, during this IF forum, we had the International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach, and also the World Health Organization Director General, Mr. Ghebreyesus, who have underlined how the ongoing close collaboration can help sport to play a key role in this global recovery from the COVID-19. So we have identified several countermeasures, and these countermeasures are being put in place to organize, just to mention an example, the Tokyo Olympic Games next year. So this was a great experience. And also, as we have seen at many competitions, we had the specific protocols identified, like the one I mentioned between UIM and FIA, etc. And these protocols have mitigated the impact of the pandemic, with many of our international sport federations adopting innovative approaches to engage followers, stakeholders, and athletes. So for me, for all our international sport federation, it was a great experience, and was a huge learn and share.
Raffaele, I want to thank you very much. You mentioned Graham Stoker. I want to turn to Graham right now, who is the Deputy President for Sport for FIA. Graham, when you look at this, it was actually fascinating because FIA was really the first to implement and to start major sporting competitions amidst this COVID period. How difficult was that decision for you, and what were the factors that went into deciding to resume the games?
Well, I mean, I came back from a cancelled Grand Prix in Australia. We had a positive result on the Thursday, cancelled the Grand Prix, thanked the marshals, 1,000 marshals, came straight back, and we started work right away. Reaching out to the World Health Organization, reaching out through our friends in GEIS, trying to find out the position of our sport in relation to the pandemic. Became pretty clear that we have a sport that takes place in the open air. Close contact is relatively rare. Our competitors, of course, wear already, to protect themselves in accidents, protective equipment. We felt we could move forward and do something. So we worked very hard in cooperation with virologists to come up with a comprehensive protocol for restarting motorsport. It operates in two ways. There's the elite level. You'll have multiple testing and bubbles. So we're all split up into bubbles. So if anything happens, the whole organizing team doesn't go down. But at the national level, without testing, there was great success as well. Protocols developed at national level have been really quoted as best practice compared to other sports with government. One thing I'd say, Rena, the governments want confidence. They want a solution. They don't want a problem. They don't want a governing body coming to say, we want to start sport, but how do we do it? They also wanted sport back as an aspect of normality. So if we could deliver a confident set of protocols that worked, we found government would listen to us and we could go ahead. We've put that into our rules now. It's actually into our sporting code. So it applies to all our federations around the world to make it a consistent approach. So it's possible. You can do it.
Graham, you mentioned that it's possible, and you talk about the protocols put in place and coming to the table with solutions. Here in the US, we were able to create this bubble for the NBA, but now in the past few weeks, we're seeing with American football, the national, with the NFL in particular, that more and more people are testing positive. What do you believe FIA did that could make a difference in other sports?
Well, one thing is I think we've got to embrace the fact that, sport is about healthy competition, integrity, the Olympic ideals. I think embedded in that now, sport should also be about safety. I think we've got to embrace it. We had a remarkable Formula One incident at Bahrain at the weekend where a driver survived. That's down to a comprehensive safety system that we implemented. And I think sport should set up a task force, do risk assessments, and look at all aspects of sport going forward from a safety point of view. The other thing I would say too is that we're dependent as a delivery mechanism on our national federations. And we've set up a solidarity program where they get technical advice. They also get help by way of grants to get them through this crisis at the moment so that they're still there when we get back to some normality. Events will happen. People will test positive. Teams will be impacted, but you can get through it. You can carry on. We've delivered over 50% of our calendar events. In this country I'm speaking from, UK, over 1,000 events have occurred during the year. So it is possible.
So Graham, as we look ahead, how do you think COVID and the pandemic has really changed our outlook on sports? What sort of mechanisms do you think need to be put in place? And are there concerns? We are making it through this pandemic, but what are you concerned about in the years to come that could disrupt sports the way COVID-19 did?
I think the underlying point is interesting to see Joyce, and we'll hear from her in a moment, but for the first time, we found all our stakeholders aligned on issues such as sustainability from the economic point of view going forward, operating our sport with some form of purpose in relation to society. So we're talking about equality, diversity. We're talking about contributions to sustainability, environmental policies. Talking about peace through sport. In motorsport, we seamlessly go around the world, many countries we go to. And I like to feel when we go there, we're actually spreading the ideas of sport, people coming together, communities coming together. And I think as we go out of this and we move into some form of normality, when the vaccines kick in, I think people will be very concerned about seeing sport fulfilling a strong social purpose. So I think that's an important matter to look at.
All right, Graham, I want to thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to Marcos Diaz, who's the chairperson of the Bureau of the 7th session of the Conference of Parties to the Anti-Doping Convention, UNESCO. Marcos, thank you very much for joining us. I want to pick up where we left off there with that question. As we look at the disruption that COVID-19 has caused the global community, particularly relating to sports, figuring out how to resume these sports competitions, what do you think sports will look like post-COVID?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Rina, and my pleasure to be here in this panel at this virtual edition of the Sports Centers Security for Sports and International Center, sorry. Well, it all changes. It all changes. And actually, one of the parts that I want to highlight is how it changed when there was absolutely no protocol for the anti-doping system. When what athletes want is to play sports, but they want to play fair sport, okay? And really, the measures we had to take in the COVID time, it was practically the most valuable part I can summarize on what happened the last 6 months is the ability and capability of sharing information among different governments and state bodies to try to get the best practice and implement them in the different countries. This is basically one of the parts that I believe answering your question on how the world will look like, not only the use of technology as we are doing right now, but the importance and the value of sharing information. Because what the pandemic taught us in the sports world was basically not anyone being prepared of. And as Mr. Stoker mentioned, public authorities want sports and all the benefits for social matters and the impact, but didn't know how to, or were some concerns on how to start either a was the creation and copying the good practices, as you mentioned, one, the F1 as well as the NBA, were some of the practices shared by many of the public authorities. But it all goes down that by April, May, June, I say that even when the war stops, not necessarily the threats to sports, to clean sports stops, okay? And it actually had to bring the best out of the fight against doping in sport in the world to figure out ways on how to keep doping into our sport. One of the most important part was, as I mentioned, sharing the information, using the technology to do so, and trying to get back to what used to be in the testing of athletes out of competition, when it was by April, zero testing done around the world, and not necessarily the doping threat was stopped at the same level. So now that we are into a calendar of Olympic Games for the Tokyo Games next year, in the next summer, it's all about sharing information, following protocols. The protocols that have been successful today is already ranked in the different policies made or approved by the public authorities from around the world. And I think we expect the world to adapt to a new reality.
You know, Marcos, there's been so much focus obviously around this pandemic, but your work focuses on global anti-doping. How do you think that this pandemic has changed the outlook on anti-doping? Has it affected your work in any way?
Definitely, totally. As I mentioned, the statistics says that by the month of April, we didn't have absolutely no testing. That means that, you know, the fight against doping in sports rely on two basic things. One is the prevention, education, okay, to prevent the athletes at an ethical level to cheat, but at the same time is going testing and proving and making sure for clean sports is present, no? But it had all changed. And basically today, as the International Convention Against Doping in Sports demands from the public authorities is a commitment, we have made so far two different consultation processes divided by regions to make sure that the experts within each nation, like the national anti-doping agencies and directors and minister sports level at every country, are aware of the needs of actions not to stop even at this moment, as well as the sharing the good practices and making sure everybody commits to this very important fight against doping in sport, which is keeping sports safe, keeping sport clean, keeping sports fair. What athletes want is to have a fair competition, and what it demands is not only to comply to the different the World Anti-Doping Code by the different event organizers, but at the same time, the public authorities to put policies to make sure that even at COVID time, there are the resources implemented in the different policies around the world to make sure we provide society with clean sports.
In that focus with clean sports, we've seen technology and the impact it had in this COVID era. How do you think that'll affect social interaction, the use of technology with your agenda?
I think that today is a proof of how the world is using technology to make sure that the international agenda is kept, and the anti-doping world is not an exception. The use of technology is there, the implementation to new protocols and new testing methods, as well as new strategies to cover and make sure we are providing the athletes community with clean sport is based, and it will be based in the technology. As we're using right now, it was a very active summer in terms of the different meetings among World Anti-Doping Agency as well as the International Convention Against Doping of Sports of UNESCO. And it was possible because of the use of technology to make sure we are all kept with our agenda and make sure we provide clean sport.
All right, Marcos, I want to thank you very much. Marcos Diaz. Thank you very much. I want to turn now to Joyce Cook, who's with FIFA, the Chief of Social Responsibility, as well as the Educational Officer. You know, Joyce, when you're looking at the pandemic and we focus on the health implications, there are so many social implications that haven't been addressed. I know so much of your work focuses on that. When you look at the beginning of this pandemic and FIFA's role, you know, in really informing the public and addressing social issues, I'm thinking particularly domestic violence, how has this pandemic changed your work and getting the word out?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity today, Rena, and to the hosts. We greatly appreciate being invited to join this esteemed panel. Like all of us, you know, the pandemic hit us, I think, all squarely between the eyes. I don't think anybody really saw this coming, maybe the experts that weren't perhaps heard at the time. And like so many areas, it has, of course, impacted sports, as fellow panelists have highlighted already. So our first role at FIFA was to mobilize and to understand the impact this was having in global football for our 211 member associations, with many of them severely compromised, with football matches coming to a halt, and of course reliant on sponsors and ticketing revenues and so on. So we mobilized a COVID-19 relief fund for our member associations. And one of the first things which I think I would really like to flag today is to protect women's football. We have shown our absolute commitment to investing in women's football and to growing it globally. We're very clear it exists in some strength in certain parts of the world, but certainly not on a global level. So those elements are fundamental. They underpin the work we're doing and the funding to ensure the women's game is protected. But in addition to that, we quickly realized that the voice of football was such that we had an opportunity and perhaps a privilege to be able to help to magnify important messages, particularly in regards to the pandemic. Our president, in fact, met the Director General of the WHO the following day after the announcement by them that this was a global pandemic, and immediately said, how does FIFA help? We undertook a range of digital campaigns, understanding our role to help magnify, of course, the health measures that needed to be taken by all of us, as simple as the measures to wash hands, social distancing, and so on. We also took the opportunity to recognize and applaud through our legends and key players in the game, to applaud all of the health workers. And of course, we all recognize and shout out to great thanks to them for the incredible work they've done around the world in very testing times. But in addition, we began to look at other areas that we have not focused directly on before. We've been doing a great deal of work in regards to building preventative safeguarding measures to prevent abuse of children and vulnerable adults in the game. We didn't start this work until 2018. We recognized we were late to the table. I think all sports, if they put their hands on their hearts, will say the same. But nevertheless, we have understood that, and the abuse cases that are reported to FIFA that we are currently investigating. And we are very proud and pleased to have memorandums of understandings with a range of UN agencies as well as WHO. And we reached out to them, and they informed us that the increase of domestic violence was a clear and critical issue, and anything that we could do to magnify that message would be important. So we worked together with WHO, with the Council of Europe, with European Commission, UN Women and others, to come up with a campaign that would be straightforward in raising the awareness, but would also offer some signposting and basic help to those most at risk, or indeed in that terrible position of increased domestic violence. When we did it, it was the first time we'd stepped into such an arena. And to be frank, you know, when I've been in this area for a very long time before joining FIFA and at FIFA, we were quite aghast at just how much multiplying it got. Our member associations magnified it. I think at the last count, something like 40 member associations took the campaign up directly, and we worked with them to have local versions. In Nigeria, of course, they called a state of national emergency around domestic violence, and we were really pleased to work with UN Women and the Federation locally to magnify that messaging. So there are a range of areas that we've been able to magnify the social responsibility elements that, of course, impact football, sports, but more widely. So it's been a good learning for us, and ways we can step into this arena more together with other sports and loud way. But I think it was the right thing to do, and we've certainly seen that message magnified, probably from an entity that reaches a different geography of individuals, and also perhaps that would not automatically be recognized as standing against domestic violence.
You mentioned, Joyce, that this is the first time you've stepped into that arena. How hard is it to make a decision to come out? Your whole focus is on social aid. An organization as big as FIFA, there's also some risk attached to that.
It's a really good question. And, of course, we had discussions internally. On a personal level, I'm very grateful. And as FIFA, that we have a president who fully understands these issues. I report directly into the president's office. He's very mindful of our responsibilities in this area, in football, of course, but the opportunity our voice has more widely. We are the first to say we are not perfect at FIFA. We are working very hard in all of these areas, and we are determined to keep increasing our focus. So it wasn't a very difficult discussion internally. It's one that took place, of course it did, but it was an easy step to take this opportunity. And of course, the results have made it clear to us we can and should do more of this going forward.
And there's a program that FIFA has launched called Safe Home. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so this was the actual campaign we did. We called it Safe Home, and it was a digital campaign that worked together with our legends, very deliberately with players that have spoken out in this arena. We, of course, want to be very careful who speaks to these messages. And that we knew were already working in their own countries or wherever in this regard. And the messaging that was created was done working closely with WHO's domestic violence experts, and together with UN Women and others, to make sure we got the messaging right. So that's the campaign I was talking about, what we can further magnify going forward.
When you look at your role at FIFA, overseeing social responsibility and education, where have you seen the greatest strides in your campaigns?
That's another very good question. I think I'd like to answer that based on my experiences in the last 20 years or more, working in this sector, in the NGO sector, before coming to FIFA and being at FIFA. We are working intently around our flagship tournaments to its values, responsibilities as the hosts, but together as well in our bidding processes, so that appointed hosts of our tournaments understand their obligations in this regard. So we've embedded human rights, workers' rights. We're very thankful to the Qatari authorities for the abolition of the kafala system most recently. We're working intensely with our delivery partner, the Supreme Committee, to embed workers' rights across a broader spectrum than the stadium construction sites. And not only where FIFA is directly involved, but we've been doing capacity building programs with hotel chains, security services, and so on. So the work we're doing in that regard is important. Some of the environmental innovations that are coming out of Qatar, I have no doubt personally will be magnified and picked up by other sports, and we're very pleased to work across all sports in this regard and to see the same developments happening in other sports. In regards to anti-discrimination, we're all very mindful of the Black Lives Matter movement that happened as a key. I think when we all look back and reflect, we will remember that movement very clearly, and our responsibility in that regard as well. We have a zero tolerance to any form of discrimination, and we want to continue to magnify that. We're currently working, I probably shouldn't say this on air, but we're currently working on further campaigns to magnify that, hoping to launch early next year. And all of the elements, sexism, homophobia, all of these areas in football that we have work to do in, and of course more widely in society. And lastly, the work that we are doing in terms of safeguarding through our FIFA Guardians program and preventative measures to protect children and vulnerable adults in sports. We recently called for a new entity. We are now working on launching the consultation process for that entity, a multi-sports, multi-government entity focused specifically on this area, based on the experience we have faced and the challenges in the high-profile cases such as in Afghanistan and now in Haiti, and doing the job that sports rightly needs to do to ban perpetrators, to eradicate this abuse, but sometimes having to do that in very challenging environments where we can't always rely on the statutory agencies, the child protection and criminal authorities locally as sports to help us to do that. So that's another really exciting prospect that's on the horizon. We believe it's really needed. We've had pre-consultation with a range of sports, together with governments. Our president again leads this and is speaking to heads of states, and we think this will be the next step, because it is a serious issue in sports and in wider society, and we understand the role we need to play in that. And it's been a really important reaching out to other sports to realize they have the same challenges as us, and all of us want to work together, which can only be a good thing.
That's such a great point, Joyce, especially reaching out to other sports entities. Very powerful. I want to thank you very much, Joyce Cook with FIFA. We've got a few more minutes left, and I'd like to turn back around to the panel. To sort of the focus of this panel was kind of sports in a post-COVID era. I want to turn back to Raffaele. Raffaele, when you look in the coming year, how do you see, we've got great hopes on these vaccines that are coming out. It'll take time for those vaccines to get out and get distributed. Where do you see sports over the next year to 18 months headed?
For this very interesting question, first of all, we have to say what we have been doing. And many of our international sport federation, with our full support, they have organized innovative webinars, virtual workshop, and allow me to say also virtual competition, e-sport. This was something that is an area where we are focusing on. And certainly this means resilience, this means flexibility that our community has shown in the face of the pandemic. So basically, adaptation, we have adapted. And certainly we have continued to deliver the best that we could for our members, for our athletes, and certainly for our fans. So it has not been easy, and it will not be easy. But certainly, we are working with our maximum commitment, passion, and energy. And I do believe that sport has remained a beacon of hope, and so much more throughout the pandemic. We don't have to forget this. And certainly, to answer your question, the pandemic has also required more than hope. So we have engineered a practical solution to try to do our best to change people's life for the better. And we have delivered this. When the first wave hit and the first lockdown became our new reality, sport was there to make our daily lives healthier and more tolerable. With our sporting heroes, as Joyce was saying, in the case of FIFA, we had quite a few giving their guidance, their encouragement to keep all of us active in our own homes. So we shared inspirational moments, which we'll never forget. And certainly, with the exercise being one of the only legitimate reasons to leave the house, we saw a big growth, for example, in running, in cycling, outdoor swimming, and many others. So Graham before was mentioning the bubbles. Since the first lockdown, the success of the bubbles in many professional sports showed that it was possible to resume certain activities safely. And we don't need to underestimate the financial impact that the COVID-19 had and will have on the world of sport. So the IOC played a key role in this, but also the Swiss federal government, for example, and all the cantonal authorities to allow the sport movement to continue to play its crucial role in the society. And we had many examples, but at the moment, to go back to your point, to your question, we have many common challenges. For example, lack of access to training facilities, athlete mental health. So we don't have just to focus on the physical health of our athletes. There are clear issues with mental health. Marcos was mentioning all the challenges related to anti-doping. This is a key issue for us as well. But also, we don't have to forget the travel restrictions, because the travel restrictions are creating a lot of problems, So what we are trying to do, and what we will do more and more, is to share the key lessons, and shining a spotlight on the best practice. I want to give you a couple of examples. Some of the greatest pole vault athletes competed against one another from their own back gardens. They call it the ultimate garden clash. Or for example, we have our colleagues connected with us today of the World Taekwondo. I have the great respect for this federation and for their president, Dr. Chu. What they've done, they launched the digital campaign, King at Home, to show how fighters are coping with the global situation. This is a combat sport, so they have challenge. Another example, World Archery, they launched the first remote archery competition, lockdown, knockdown. So these are just a few examples of how the sport community has adapted and also has entertained and engaged their fans. So I am very much encouraged to see, this common goal of utilizing the power of sport as a symbol of positivity, hope, and allow me to say unity as well. So Tokyo 2020 done in 21 will be a great moment for, I hope it will be an incredible celebration for the whole humanity. And certainly we are working with the IOC in that respect. Joyce just mentioned a key point, and I conclude: sustainability. Sustainability is a topic which is close to my heart. It represents much of my life's work, both outside and within the sport. And we have recently announced at GUYS the Sustainability Award for 2020 with the World Sailing taking the top prize, and World Rugby and International Volleyball Federation came in second and third place. We had the honor to have with us His Serene Highness, the Sovereign Prince Albert II of Monaco, which is a great fan and a great leader in sustainability. So sustainability is not about empty words and promises. It is about turning words into meaningful, credible action and inspiring others to do the same. And the people who know me, they know that I do walk the talk. So let me conclude by saying that sport showed once again how it can bring communities together and help us to focus on the beauty of team effort, on the lessons of winning and losing with grace and fair play, lessons that I believe are more important now than ever. As individual members of our sport family, we are all drops of water, some larger and some smaller, but together we are an ocean. Together we are much stronger.
All right, Raffaele, I want to thank you very much. Graham, I'd like to turn to you. I want to sort of also, Raffaele sort of did a great job pointing out, how cohesive this has been for so many people in the sense of we've been united through this pandemic. But when you look at the financial implications of how this pandemic has affected the sports community, I know you represent FIA, but when you look at how you guys have been able to sort of pick up and move much quicker than a lot of other sports, what do you think the long-term economic repercussions might be to sports?
Well, again, I'm trying to look at the positive consequences of this. And for many years, we've been debating sustainability in our world of motorsport, issues such as cost restrictions. All of a sudden, as a consequence of the pandemic, we've now got that in place. We've got a cost cap in place in Formula One, by way of example. Everybody's talking about sustainability going forward. If I can just pick up on what Raffaele said as well, I mean, my enduring memory of this period now is going to be the solidarity between the international federations and some of the other big players, World Health Organization. But I mean, for instance, we've reached out and forged links with the Red Cross. All our national federations are working with the Red Cross. So I see us coming out of this really with a positive message. I have to say I'm optimistic. I think sport's not only going to be popular back, there's going to be huge interest, but I think it's going to be delivering on social responsibility commitments. It's going to have a purpose, absolutely on sustainability, but a whole range of other things as well. So as I say, I'm optimistic.
And Graham, when you look sort of at what we've learned during this period under COVID and the testing, a lot of people I know, when you look at a tragedy like 9/11, a lot of people say it was a lack of imagination in the intelligence community of understanding something like this could happen. When you look at the imagination that's needed in the sports community, what are the other things that maybe you can't predict? We didn't see this coming for so many people, as Joyce pointed out. What are you worried about in the years to come, knowing what we've gone through in this pandemic to secure sports?
Well, to be specific, I mean, we're involved in crystal ball gazing there, aren't we? What I think that we need to do is to be flexible so we can deal with these problems when they come. I mean, the big issue on my desk in front of me now is sustainability and issues such as climate change and the impact on the environment. Raffaele has pioneered this for years, and I'm next to him on this. I think it's so important. We're working obviously right across all of our championships, trying to deliver sustainable drivetrains so that we make a contribution to the mobility of society in an environmentally sustainable way. We're looking at e-fuels. We're looking at a whole range of things there. Sport has got so much power to deliver good. And I think going forward, if we're flexible, if we deal with crisis management in the way we have, and I think we've dealt with this remarkably well, I think we can deal with anything that will come our way.
Joyce, I know both Graham and Raffaele have spoke about sustainability. We talk about climate change, for instance. I was just curious, is that something that FIFA is looking at as well?
Yes, thank you very much. And you know, these are questions to my heart, but fundamental. And I think the panelists have underlined that COVID, if anything, has taught all of us the values of this. But I think we have to say this with a note of caution, that we make sure that we now deliver on those pledges, and that, of course, is the challenging part. And we already embed in our bidding requirements elements such as the need for sustainable tournaments, for ensuring protection of the climate, environmentally friendly building constructions, meeting the international standards. That's a requirement of our host for our flagship events. And indeed so much more. And you know, I think, as I mentioned earlier, some of the innovative technologies that are coming out of Qatar are really exciting, including the stadium that will be deconstructed at the end and moved. You know, none of us know yet quite how sustainable that will be in terms of the environmental climate change footprint, and the studies that will go on around that, I think, will be important for all sports and the lessons we can learn. But I think more broadly, we are understanding ever more the importance this is to the fans, to sponsors, you know, our own sponsors and those that we're speaking with currently for future opportunities. This is now at the top of their list of priorities, which is fantastic to see and something we're really pleased to embrace. But as sports, I think we've said not only in our own sports, but in connecting so much more with each other. And, we've learned so many lessons in reaching out around the entity we're calling for around abuse cases in sports, how much stronger we are together as sports, talking day to day to one another. Of course, relying on the entities that exist, such as the IOC and, of course, Raphael's organization and others, but also day to day, picking up the phone to our counterparts in another sports and helping each other as well. We are privileged as football, as some of my colleagues at this table, to be amongst the wealthiest sports globally, and taking that responsibility and understanding how that can resonate with other sports that are not, don't have that privilege, but nevertheless deliver enjoy. So I think there's a lot of learnings we can take, and I think for sure there is no turning back from this now. This will become increasingly, the forefront of everything that we do, and long may that continue.
It's such a great point that there is absolutely no turning back from this point, and people are so aware, Joyce. You're absolutely right. Marcus, I want to turn to you. I know you focus on anti-doping, but there's been so much emphasis on this pandemic and health issues. You mentioned technology and about testing and how difficult that has been. Can you give us a sense, has this pandemic helped you rethink that technology in any sense? Have you changed the way you operate?
Well, of course, pandemic have brought, as the rest of the panelists have mentioned very well, have brought creativity, as well as two major things that sports have brought and shown to the world is the capability of adaptation and collaboration. And these two values have been very important to reinstall anti-doping system in these particular times, adaptation and the collaborative part. And I believe that sports have shown in its adaptation and what we see today, sports being active in the TV and all over the world is the inspiration for those parts of sports that might have some other type of consequences, like grassroots sports at a beginning level, the development level, are those ones that might not have the possibility of having the resources to have a bubble in case of the team sports. But I believe that what sports have shown today, as Rafael really mentioned, is an inspiration, is a hope, and that by the proper moment, then those grassroots levels and development levels of sports will definitely get back to full activity. And in the anti-doping system, of course, I believe that not any particular sector of the world have not get the chance of bringing creativity and adaptation and the use of the resources that you might not use it as much in the past, that are there and now are in the hands. And we are all aware of how many benefits we can do to provide an effective work on what we do. And
forefront. Anti-doping is one of them with sports, and how this pandemic has, it's good to see the work continues, even though we haven't heard a lot because we've been so focused on this issue. We've got a few minutes left. I'd love to just go around and get some parting thoughts from you on the issue of, as we entered this panel, was really about safeguarding sport in the post-COVID era. We're still in this current COVID era and unsure when we'll fully emerge out of it, but there is some light with these vaccines that we're hearing about. Raffaele, I want to start with you. Where do you see us going in this post-COVID era when it comes to sports? What is your vision and your outlook?
It's in line with what my colleagues at the panel said in some way, Joyce, Graham, and Marcus. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to create a platform to share good and best practices and to learn from many lessons and many things we didn't do right. I mean, I'm the first to admit, because it was a learning by doing exercise. So I will have the Olympic Summit soon on the 10th of December. Mr. Infantino, the president of FIFA, will be there. And I will have the opportunity to share some of the great things that FIFA has done and Joyce outlined. As far as the FIA, I only have to say thanks to this federation because they lead the way. They strive for excellence, particularly in the area of safety and security. And what I do like about FIA, and Graham Sturcker is a great witness of that, they are not jealous of their learnings. They are prepared to share with other international sport federations. When we at the UIM have been knocking at their door to access medical expertise, to develop new standards, let's say, within the new situation, they've been very much open to give us what they've so far done and successfully achieved. As far as the anti-doping is one of our main areas of focus. We want a clean sport community, and we want to protect clean sport and clean athletes. So working hand in hand with UNESCO, I'm part of the permanent consultative council, at UNESCO with Philip Wurt and his team, on several issues, including good governance and fight against doping. Also, this is an area where we need to join forces now more than ever, with WADA, with ITA, the International Testing Authority, and certainly with NGOs like UNESCO. So I'm very much open, and I take the opportunity to invite all the panelists, let's say, to continue our open and constructive discussion beyond this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Graham, we've just got a few moments left. Maybe if you can each give us just maybe 20, 30 seconds of your takeaway.
Yep, very quickly. I think there's a huge appetite for sport to come back. As I said, governments want it. For me, 3 points. Responsible, we come back responsible, dealing with the issues that Joyce and I have talked about, and Raphael has talked about, so social responsibility. I think we bring that in a sustainable way, and that includes economic sustainability as well as our impact on the environment and wider issues. And I think finally, we come out of this with solidarity. And I think if we do that, sport's going to be strong.
Solidarity, what a great point. Marcus, I'd love to turn to you for your final thoughts.
Thank you, Rima. I mean, it is to guarantee the integrity of sports in all related threats that we may have, violence, racism, doping. It is a commitment from all the sectors, from all stakeholders. And I believe that it is the intention of everyone involved in the sports world to guarantee its integrity and the positive value it provides to society. So I think we all will keep committed and have this opportunity to be stronger than ever to guarantee that all the positive that sports brings to our children, to our youth, to our society. And thank you very much for letting us share our comments here.
Thank you very much, Marcos. And Joyce, we're going to let you have the final word.
Thank you. That's very kind. And thank you once again for the opportunity today. And it's great to meet everybody. And I agree with stay in contact. I think sports is many things to many people, from the grassroots to the elite. And of course, our focus very often is on the elite end of the game, but we must never forget, and our humanity is everything. And if COVID has taught us anything, it's that. And that's that sports touches lives in very different ways. It can be literally life-changing. And if we hold that to our hearts in all the work that we do, whoever we are, whatever our role is in sports, then I think we won't go far wrong. But we have to remember it's about humanity and every single little boy and girl who wants to hold the World Cup or win the Grand Prix or whatever it might be. And if we do that, then I think we're in a good shape going forward.
It's a beautiful way to end it, Joyce. Humanity is everything. Thank you so much. On that note, we're going to leave it there. I want to thank everybody for joining us and kicking off our conference. And I'd like to remind everyone, our next panel is going to take place with Michael Hirschman. It's going to be also on sport integrity. I hope you'll join us there next. Thank you.
Ciao.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are. I'm Michael Hirschman, and I'm moderator for this esteemed panel. I'm glad to be here today, very early in the United States, still dark outside. But welcome all. We do have an esteemed and a very knowledgeable panel to talk about integrity in sports this morning. And I'm not going to go through the entire backgrounds of everyone on this panel because their bios are online. But let me just say a few words about them, beginning with Claudia Pereira, who is the Secretary of State for Immigration, Integration, and Migration in Portugal. And Claudia has a doctorate in anthropology and was executive coordinator of the Immigration Observatory from 2017 to 2019. Welcome and good morning, Claudia. I know that you have a conflict this morning, so we're going to start with you. But first, let me just briefly introduce our other panelists. We have Ms. Azat Kadyrov, the Director General of the Directorate for Sports and Social Projects in Kazan, Russia. Good morning, Azat. And I know you were very much involved in the 2018 FIFA World Cup games in your Kazan, in your jurisdiction. We also have a good friend, Franco Frattini. Hello, Franco. Good morning. Franco was foreign minister twice, I think, of Italy, and now is the president of the Italian Supreme Court, and most importantly, from the perspective of our panel this morning, chairs the Sports Integrity Global Alliance. Last but not least, my friend Thomas Stelzer. Thomas, good morning to you.
Good morning, Becky.
Integrity of integrity. It's not a new phenomenon, but it's changed in the last 10 years. Prior to 10 years ago, when there was a scandal in sports, it was looked at as a one-off, an aberration, if you will. And it was dealt with somewhat in a singular or ad hoc fashion. Whoever was involved, the individuals were punished, and then we went on with business. But this attitude has somewhat changed. Now we see a greater call for systematic change in sports, particularly in areas related to corruption, doping, fraud, sexual harassment. And we have now a number of international best practices relating to sports. I mentioned earlier, SIGA, the Sports Integrity Global Alliance, has published a best practice guide, as has other organizations. But what I haven't seen much of is collective action. And let me explain what I mean by that. From my experience in Transparency International, we have found in order to address this area of misconduct, whether it be corruption or fraud or otherwise, we need to bring together, in this case, the business of sports and civil society. Without bringing the three pillars, if you will, of society together, I don't know that we can really accomplish what we want in changing the ethics within the sports community. Collective action has been successful in several different areas. For example, the World Economic Forum has something called PACI, the Partnership Against Corruption Initiative. We have the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. We have the Construction Sector Transparency Initiative. But yet we've seen individual sports organizations deal with misconduct, but no global effort. Frankly, sort of like what we're dealing with in COVID today. There's no global effort to solve this issue. So I'm going to turn first to Claudia, because as I said earlier, Claudia, I know you're on a tight time frame this morning. And I'd like to ask you to talk a little bit about what Portugal is doing from an immigration or migration standpoint vis-a-vis sports, but also Portugal next year will play a major role in Europe. It'll have the presidency of the European Council, and I'm hoping, I think we're all hoping, that sports will be on the agenda next year. Claudia, welcome to you and good morning.
Good morning. Many thanks for your kind words. And yes, sport will be in the agenda of the Portuguese presidency. And it has been playing a major role in the integration of immigrants and refugees in Portugal. I also like to congratulate and to greet you all. Thank you so much. And for all the people attending, thank you for your time, whether it's night, morning, or evening. I would like to actually to start by telling a story that portrays the journey of different athletes with migrant background. They have achieved success. They have brought glory and fame to Portugal. And I could talk about Nelson Évora or Francisco Coelho, but today I decided to tell you about Naid Gomes. She was born in West Africa, in Saint Thomas and Prince, and she came to Portugal when she was 11 years old and began athletics after jumping 1.5 meters in height in a school. To the sport. She has been revealing herself as a complete athlete, so naturally she bets the combined races, namely the pentathlon and the heptathlon. Still, it was only after some years to be Portugal's records without being able to show the titles because she could not have access to the Portuguese nationality. Finally, as a Portuguese citizen, between 2002 and 2008, she beat the national record of long jump 14 times, and throughout the years, she brought home multiple titles and medals. Today, Naid Gomes is a source of pride for the titles and records she already won, with and without the Portuguese flag. Why am I telling you this story? Because it's not only a story of professional success from hard work, resilience, talent, but it also quite well demonstrates the importance of sport in the integration of migrants in our society. It's the first time that our government has a state secretary for integration and migration, which I'm very honored to assume. And we are developing action with immigrant, Roma, and refugee population. And sport has been playing quite a role in the integration of these populations. I would like to make a contribution to the international community of how sport can and should be used as a tool for social cohesion and inclusion, and to share some projects implemented in Portugal with different stakeholders. As we all know, the practice of sport is a tool of excellence in promoting inclusion because it gives opportunity to participate migrants and refugees in a common activity. Second, to develop a feeling of belonging. And third, to share experiences. So I would show three concrete examples of how sport is developed in the integration of immigrants. First is what we call choices program. Choices program are developed in 103 regions in Portugal, where the children go after school, and usually in regions where there is unemployment. So sport is a key activity that contributes, among others, to avoid debt and to combat school dropout and failure. So the Choices program created, among other activities, the Choices League in 2011. It is a 7-a-side football competition, and it's a partnership between the Foundation of Football Benfica and another foundation in Atel, where they train referees, leaders, that then these leaders are used to manage conflicts in their own territories. They will have at the outset leadership skills and adequate profile. And I can say that many of them, because they participate in this football project, they highly contribute to the social peace in their regions. So these are distributed among 50 local projects, and there have been more than 1,000 young people, and 80% of them have improved their school results. And this Choices League was placed second in the category of integration of marginalized populations of the European Prize for Social Integration through Sport. So we can say that sport really changed the lives of these young people from being deviant to be active citizens. Secondly, in Portugal, we develop a whole of government approach with migrants, where we combine the entities of the government, the municipalities, and then of civil society. And so we have 3 national centers to support migrants, and then 109 local centers in the interior, seaside, north and south of Portugal. And one of the examples is Corfball Without Borders. So it's the only sport that allows gender equality. So it's played with 5 men and 5 women playing football together. And this allowed the Corfball teams made up of migrants and Portuguese men and women representing the municipalities where they lived. So this is another success story that is really contributed to social cohesion inside the municipalities. And last example, Portugal has recently taken up the challenge of the European Commission to receive non-accompanied minors, refugees from Greece. We have received nearly 50 refugee children, and we will receive more. And the non-formal education as football have been playing quite a role. So we must remind that the children refugees, they are characterized by not having childhood. This is one of the consequences of the war. And in the first day that they arrive in Portugal, a football team in Benfica gives them the, the clothes, play football with their own name and a ball. And this has been one of the most effective practices to create a sense of belonging between themselves and with other Portuguese minors. So this is called the Welcome to Football Project, and it has been developing skills of the children when they still don't know how to speak Portuguese. Many of them come from Afghanistan, and so it's through the sport that they make their first integration in Portugal. And this is also to say that we know we still have a lot to do concerning migrants and sports, but we know also have taken a lot of measures to improve. And for that reason, we were considered a champion country from the International Organization of Migration in the implementation of the Global Compact of Migration, because we articulate the government with municipalities and civil society in the integration of migrants. And near the end, I would like to just say that inspiring others by someone else's success and promoting public recognition as Naid Gomes and other athletes as a pedagogical function of demonstrating that it's possible to break cycles of exclusion. And this has been our bet. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay much longer, but I hope that these living examples are proof of the importance of sport in the integration. Our daily life work aims to provide to these children and young people the necessary skills of integration in the Portuguese society, but also to allow them to surpass themselves and to follow their dreams. And so, as Nelson Mandela has once mentioned, sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. Let's make that sure that sports keep this leading role in society. Thank you very much and keep safe.
Thank you, Claudia, for that intervention. I think it's important for us to note that you're changing the lives of so many young people. And at the same time, in teaching them skills and values, you may be changing the future of sports as well. So thank you, and thank your colleagues for that. Let me turn for a moment to Franco. Franco, you have been really on the cutting edge of these issues of integrity in sports with your work as chairman of SIGA, the Sports Integrity Global Alliance, and other work that you've been involved in Italy. Let's talk a little bit about how we address this problem of integrity in sports and your thoughts about what role government, civil society, and sports organizations can play.
Many thanks. It is a great opportunity to be able to speak once again about integrity of sport as chairman of SIGA, but my main job is to be one of the president of the chambers of the Supreme Court of Italy. In my capacity of judge, I'm dealing with mafia. I'm dealing with the infiltrations of mafias and organized crime into the legal economy. So I have the two angles. The first one is my institutional job as a judge, I would say dealing with a growing penetration of mafia groups into the sport business. We have findings also in Italy. We have a good cooperation with other law enforcement departments in other states, in Europe and beyond. And we have, as a confirmation, the recently issued Europol 2020 report focusing on transnational crimes affecting sport, mainly corruption, illegal money transactions, all the money transfer that are covering illegal match fixing worldwide. And all is this my daily job, I would say, to try to find and to eradicate this kind of infiltration. Mainly, I remember in Italy, we had some cases of mafia gangs infiltrating by buying minor football clubs. Because if you buy a club, you cover an illegal activity of money laundering behind, I would say, a shadow of respectful activity in the region, in the province, and you try to look attractive for the people, or you are helping young athletes. In reality, you are trying to, I would say, dominate sport competitions, match fixing, and so on and so forth. As a SIGA, I'm experiencing the possibility to get together private and public sector. As you, Michael, rightly said in your introduction, because SIGA's goals are getting together more than 100 participants to our network to cooperate with governments, governmental entities, sport federation, and private sector in order to try to reflect together on how to have, I hope, one day, internationally recognized binding rules on integrity, on prevention, because no doubt, if the private sector resists, is reluctant to engage, if law enforcement bodies don't cooperate between each others at international level if the governments are not promoting a new awareness that I would say illegality into sports system is a transnational issue. It's not a purely national phenomenon involving one or the other sport club, but it is a global issue requiring a global response. This is what the governments have to do. We need leadership. We need to raise awareness. We need to involve the private sector. And I hope we need to use the modern technologies because I speak as a judge, but if you don't make a full use of the modern technologies, including cyber technologies, it's very difficult to detect illegal match fixing that is done through cyber international networks based in some, I would say, safe havens, and is necessary to track, to detect, and to destroy by making full use. And in the private sector, if each and every athlete, each and every sport club feels morally obliged to cooperate, to denounce, to speak to the authorities if there is a perception something wrong is going on, we would be much stronger than if only count and rely on a top-down approach. We do want a bottom-up approach coming from the civil society, coming from those that love sport, clean practice. In that way, the governance, maybe I would say later, when having possibilities like the government of Portugal to be the presidents of EU in the next semester of the rotating EU presidency, or Italy while chairing the next G20 presidency in next year, we would be more able to translate all those ideas into deeds, into concrete action. This, for the moment, is my opinion. Then I will be more detailed on some concrete proposals.
Thank you for that, Franco. And you're quite right. International bodies like the G20, like the European Council, European Union, have a critical role to play in trying to improve the values and ethics within sport. Let me now turn to Azat. Azat, you have a program, I believe, called CAP that we'd like to hear a little bit more about, trying to improve, again, the values and integrity in sports.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and depend on the time. So thank you for this great opportunity to meet you. Unfortunately, online, much more better to be offline, of course, to speak each other, to shake the hands. But now the situation, it is what it is. So thank you very much for our colleagues from Portugal for hosting this European football bubble in the May and June. It was great entertainment for everybody after a few months lockdown. So before I'm going to speak about the KAP, let me briefly share the situation what is in Russia with pandemic. So now we have, let me say, second wave as everywhere. So we have more than 25,000 cases per day. It's really 2 times more than it was during the first wave, during the springtime. But anyhow, we had stopped all sport activities during March, April, and May. And then beginning from June, we started different type of sport activities in our country. Of course, the situation depends on the region in Russia, and some regions more open, some regions more close. But anyhow, now let me say everything more or less, if we can say right now like this, on the track. So we have some physical activities in Russia. We have some competitions we host in Russia. Just recently we host some European championships and some cups, different international tournaments, and also Russian athletes go to the foreign countries, for European countries, to participate in different competitions. So hopefully this terrible pandemic situation will come to the finish. Hope everyone, and we can come back to the normal life, and normal physical activities, normal sport life. So coming back to the KAP, Kazan Action Plan. Yes, and just a few years ago, we hosted in Russia, in Kazan, this big event. It was really a nice meeting, nice discussion, nice decision, and let me say it was nice Kazan Action Plan, which was approved during this meeting. We support the 5 actions as catalyst for multi-stakeholder cooperation at the international and national levels. And let me mark this, elaborate an advocacy tool presenting evidence-based arguments for investments in physical education, physical activity, and sport. Develop common indicators for measuring the contribution of physical education, physical activity, and sport to prioritize CDGs and targets. Unify and further develop international standards supporting sport ministers' interventions in the field of sport integrity in cooperation with the international convention against doping in sport. So the next is conduct a visibility study on the establishment of a global observatory for women's sport, physical education, and physical activity, and develop a clear housing for sharing information according to the sport policy follow-up framework developed for the MINEPS 6. So these are the 5 actions which were, let me say, marked during the MINEPS, and each of them is very important. So this year, unfortunately, stopped many activities, and the Kazan Action Plan, including this. But anyhow, I believe we can go forward together to develop KAP and achieve all decisions which was made during our meeting. So this is briefly, Michael, thank you so much.
Well, it's my pleasure. And we're going to get back to you with some questions about the Kazan Action Plan. But let me now turn to Thomas. First, Thomas, let me congratulate you. Yesterday, you had a very successful Congress of State Parties, which I attended. Thomas, you lead a very critical international organization in Austria, in the International Anti-Corruption Academy. And I think part of the history and part of the responsibility of the Academy is indeed bringing together stakeholders from the business sector and the government sector, and of course from civil society. Talk to us a little bit about what, if any, plans you might have at the Academy to address this problem that we're facing today of the lack of trust in sport. We're not hearing you, Thomas.
Okay.
There you go.
I have unmuted. Thanks a lot. After so many months of virtual conferences, there's still technical gadgets. Let me just emphasize emphasize, like you referred to our Assembly of Parties yesterday, I'm so happy to lead this organization, which is so strongly supported and, I may say, inspired by you and your work. And of course, I'm very happy to be on this panel led by you today.
Thank you.
You know, as you mentioned, our small organization, the Anti-Corruption Academy, International Anti-Corruption Academy in Vienna, it's the only organization, the only international organization with a mandate exclusively to fight corruption, holistically in all its aspects. We are an academic institution, but we're also a research institution, and we are a technical assistance provider in the context of the implementation of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Thus, we are complementing the normative work of the UNODC and the United Nations here. And as such, we offer tailor-made courses and modules for judicial personnel from least developed countries to help them establish efficient anti-corruption legislation, eliminating impunity in their respective countries. And we're also providing technical assistance. We also believe that technical assistance provision and capacity building is very important to enable practitioners to build resilient and resistant and strong system against corruption, that corruption can be tackled efficiently on the basis of the rule of law. This is what we have in mind here. And then, of course, we bring together people. We are a networking institution, fostering dialogue, international cooperation activities between academicians, practitioners, civil society, national anti-corruption institutions, international organizations. So we are a platform bringing together different interests to raise awareness as the first step, and then to offer concrete technical assistance. Now, since the early beginning, IACE has been tackling corruption was until recently like this big shadow, too big to be fought, penetrating all our lives. But recently, the integrative platforms like the United Nations and also the OECD brought interests together and came up with legal frameworks, the implementation of which does enable us to open doors to start fighting corruption and strategically. And the UNCAC, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, is one of these instruments. And the implementation of it is therefore very crucial. In the context, of course, of what's going on now, we have this huge window of opportunity right now. First, corruption became part of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is like at the focus of the international community of states today. And with the fragile international and the increasingly unstable and fragile international institutions and systems, the UN is increasingly concentrating on implementing the key, what they have come up with. And the Sustainable Development Goals, negotiated and adopted by all UN member states, these 17 goals, which are the Agenda 2030, the recipe to make our world better, more equitable, more just, more livable for everybody, has one cross-cutting issue, and that's the fight against corruption. And this has many different dimensions, the ethic dimensions, but also, of course, the economic dimensions. With these enormous amounts of money siphoned away from productive economies, which cannot be compensated for. The fight against corruption is increasingly seen as a conditio sine qua non, this precondition to make progress. And corruption penetrates every field of us, and this very important field of our society, which is sports. And because corruption, as you know, is just destabilizing. It's taking transparency. It's influenced the well-being, the perception, the joy, the participation. It prevents inclusion. It distances. It has so many hidden costs which we need to illuminate, to create a strong narrative, to go out with a strong message, to help our stakeholders understand that this fight has to be fought together, that it makes sense to fight it, that it makes sense to fight corruption. It's good for everybody. And if the systems are strengthened, and if impunity is excluded, then everybody will understand it makes sense, and
well, thank you very much.
Forward to dialogue. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Franco, are you seeing an increase in organized criminal activities in sports? And if so, why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, because we have seen the sport business system even more and more attracting those organized crime and mafia gangs then aim at infiltrating all the sectors of the civil society. Now, unfortunately, we have in Italy a good experience about the mafia penetration in particular areas in the south of Italy. Now, just to give you an idea, out of 10 cases I'm dealing with, 10 cases, 7 are related to the north of Italy and 3 to the south. There has been a complete change of the interest of mafia gangs into the penetration where there is money, where there are attractive and profitable activities. This is why sport has proven to be not immune at all. On the contrary, in some cases, I mentioned illegal match fixing, it is clear, illegal transactions, it is clear, but even, as I said before, when a mafia group, a mafia gang, wants to clean his face by buying a young sport club, by helping a young group of athletes to clean his face and to look as, I would say, a decent economic operator in that territory. This is the reason. The second reason, as Ambassador Stelzer just said, is the spreading of the corruption, also petty corruption. When we found in some cases young football players having been corrupted for having a tablet in return, betraying their club, condemning their club for a tablet or for a mobile phone, that gives the idea of the deep penetration of corruption into the sport activity. And following the what Ambassador Stelzer said, I mentioned the European Commission communication published in October, a month ago, where there are the 3 pillars on the rule of law in Europe. One of these three pillars is fight against corruption. Corruption as a whole, not only in sport, but as a SIGA, for example, we have launched an anti-sport corruption action plan aiming at, I would say, assisting sport club, sport federation, sport entities in preventing from inside and with their associates any symptoms of corruption, because corruption is a phenomenon which is born, I would say, on the ground, as a petty corruption, increasing in level and in amount of money and becoming transnational corruption. So we have to act immediately. SIGA proposal exactly is that. We want to help the interested body, I would say, in a sports sector to prevent, first of all, and to accept what we call an independent system of verification. This independent system is chosen on a voluntary basis. We have been working on that, myself and our excellent CEO, Emmanuel Medeiros. On that is a system that each and every organization willing to do so accept and to help to give them all the indicators that are highlighting the symptoms in order to prevent and to eradicate. So, in my view, despite with the infiltration where we found infiltration as a judge, as a SIGA chairman, I very much prefer to focus on prevention. Prevention through a verification preliminary system and an anti-corruption action plan, which is visionary. And lastly, we have made as a SIGA a very important proposal since to fight against corruption and illegality, we need money. So we made a proposal. I hope that some leaders, head of state, head of government, or head of government will get it, maybe during the G20 Italian presidency. We have in Italy a well-advanced anti-mafia legislation. I give you an example. If I decide to confiscate huge, in some cases, assets of mafia, not only money, but properties, for example, there is a law allowing the judge to decide that asset, imagine a villa or a field which is cultivated to hide money laundering, can be dedicated for the good. I would say through a concession to an NGO fighting against mafia, or to a cooperative of young people that are transforming the property into a primary school. So where mafia use the property to commit crime, we use the same property for the good. We made a proposal. Why don't we think of a portion of the money confiscated for illegal transactions in the field of sport, illicit match fixing, to be reinvested for the early formation of young athletes and to create an international fund for sport integrity. So the idea is to reverse everything which is bad used by criminals into something which is reinvested for the good. This is the idea we launched at the SIGA. I hope that the G20 Italian presidency will get it as a suggestion.
Thank you, Franco. Azat, are you trying to take the KAP program throughout Russia? Has there been any other interest in any other cities within Russia in adopting this very worthwhile program? Azad, have I lost you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry. So actually, first of all, let me say that KAP is a key document for the future years to develop sport, to keep the integrity of the sport, to keep these main points which market in the KAP. So the Russian as a country and the Russian Ministry of Sport is going to give a lot of attention to develop this KAP. So unfortunately, we are a little bit late, let me say, to develop this plan in different reasons. But now we try to be more fast to give some new points and new movement for the KAP. The KAP is very important not only for international level, also for Russia, as a country, because you know the big country, thousands of kilometers, many regions, and different level of the development of the regions. So that is why they use some of the actions which are marked in the KAP, also for develop physical culture and sport in our country. Of course, for the international level, it's also very important document, very important plan. So, and together with international sport community, we can also give new movement to save all key factors to develop sport, to save sport, especially now during this pandemic situation. And hopefully next year we will meet the Olympic Games, Summer Olympic Games, and other competitions, because this is a key competition for the athletes, and all of them training and preparing to participate for the Olympic Games. So hopefully the sport community keep this possibility for the athletes to participate, and we can see the high level competition, and doesn't matter what happened during this pandemic, and hopefully we will meet the finish of the pandemic soon. So this is briefly. I'm so sorry because time is going to finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, I want to just follow up on something that Franco discussed, and something which the Academy is the beneficiary of. He talked about using the proceeds of criminal acts, to help benefit society. As some of you may know, Siemens had a scandal some years back. And as a result of that, in a settlement with the World Bank, created a fund. I think the fund originally was 100 million euros. And the Academy has applied, and successfully applied, for some of those proceeds, and indeed has been using the proceeds from that fund. My question to you is that the idea of using proceeds of ill-gotten gains we're facing in sports is that there's a lack of resources and knowledge on the part of law enforcement and judiciary on how to deal with crimes related to sports. And I'm just wondering if the Academy were able to receive some funding as
This is a very intriguing proposition, of course, and I was listening very carefully to the exposition of Mr. Frattini, which works very well in Italy. I'm aware of that, and I think it's a very practical and very, very efficient approach. The question of money, of course, is always there. You know, I don't want to make it the dominant question, but as we say in Austria, without money, no music. You know, so you need money to finance programs. In my understanding, and from what I've learned also in my many years with the United Nations, is the key. You cannot impose solutions on anybody if they are not part of the solution, and if they do not share ownership of the proposal. So therefore, you always have to start with education. Now, we are an education institution, but we have been concentrated on academic education, you know, with our 2 master's programs, educating capacity building for professionals, for practitioners in the field of anti-corruption. But of course, we can widen that dramatically, and we can widen the field. When I came into IACA half a year ago, a strong vision, I was looking at what IACA has built in the last 9 years since its inception. And these academic programs are very thousand alumni in 161 countries, which is great because all of these alumni are bridgeheads. They know exactly what we are doing and they are enabled to work better in their environment. But we have to scale this up. So my ambition and my vision is that we need to train every future leader of the international system, diplomats, international managers, but also managers of in the free market economy, in corporations. We have to offer them some basic anti-corruption training. First step, to help them understand these fine lines between tradition, generosity, negligence, and criminal behavior. And then help them to understand what to do with this understanding. So education is very important. It has to start early. So I'm a total support considering a master's program very much concentrating. We do already involve in our 2 master's programs, in our modules, corruption in sports aspects. But now I think there is a lot of demand to widen that and to verticalize it. And we have been considering conceptualizing a master's programs concentrating on corruption in sport. So this is something which will be demand driven, of course, and which we have to do with partners. You know.
Thank you, Thomas. I hate to interrupt, but I'm getting a red flag from the conference organizers saying that we're just about out of time. Thank you all for your wonderful interventions. And most of all, thank you to Mohammed Hanzab and Massimiliano from ICSS for not only bringing together these experts and for having this Securing Sports Conference, but keeping the world abreast of the importance of integrity, transparency, and accountability in sports. ICSS has never faltered in the years that's been in existence in pushing to bring back some of the purity that we all loved in sports. So thank you all, and thank you, ICSS.
Thank you.
Well, hello from wherever we find you today. We have a very interesting panel here over the next hour, and I'd like to briefly introduce the panelists, three of whom will be on the screen, so we'll have a conversation. The fourth was unable to attend by way of video, but Ms. Markovic from the Council of Europe, and she is the Director General of Democracy there, has agreed to participate by way of a video. So let me first introduce her video, and then we'll come back to the panelists and our conversation. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to greet you in this virtual edition of Securing Sport. Let me start by congratulating the International Center for Sport Security for its contribution to the promotion of security at sport events. Conferences like Securing Sport are an important resource for both national and international policymakers, since they, with the precious opportunity for multisectoral reflection, dialogue, and most importantly, action. The security of major sporting events should indeed be a key objective in any sport policy. The Council of Europe has always been at the forefront in promotion of safe, inclusive, and ethical sports. In 1985, our Convention on Spectator Violence became the first treaty to focus on measures to prevent and to respond to violence at sports events. This convention was negotiated in record time as a reaction to the Heysel Stadium disaster, where 39 people died and 600 were injured in May 1985. Since then, our work with public authorities and sport organizations have allowed us to go beyond the initial objective, namely to guarantee the security of sport events, to integrate two other important dimensions of our approach: safety and service. The evolution is now reflected in our most recent convention, the Saint-Denis Convention, on an integrated safety, security, and service approach at football matches and other sport events. Now counting 18 state parties. The convention captures years of lessons learned and good practices from Europe and beyond. It provides precise guidance, encouraging the participation of many stakeholders in the design of action plans and of strategies. For national and local authorities, sport organizations, events organizers, and fan clubs, implementing the Saint-Denis Convention is the right and the smart thing to do. It is a way to better promote, to protect, and respect the human rights and, of course, fundamental freedoms of all participants in sport events. It is also a way to plan events that will bring many benefits and leave long-lasting legacies for hosting nations. By ratifying the convention, states from all continents can fully benefit from the opportunities offered by a focused, need-based, and result-oriented international cooperation. In this regard, I would very much like to applaud the efforts of the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, the UN Alliance of Civilizations, the International Center for Sport Security, and the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute, all present in this policy dialogue. I warmly welcome the development of a guide on major sporting events for policymakers. And I appreciate the invitation for the Council of Europe to contribute with its expertise. The promotion of a wide range of legal instruments, principles, and standards, such as the one developed within the Council of Europe, will no doubt inspire countries across the world to improve their legislation, their policies, and practice. In a constantly changing and globalized world, we need to increasingly look at the security and the legacy of major sporting events from, I would say, macro perspective. This is particularly important in times of crisis, such as the one we live in. The Council of Europe is more than eager to keep working with all relevant stakeholders in this common effort to ensure safer, more secure, and more welcoming sport events across Europe and, of course, beyond. Let me finish by wishing you all a very successful conference and take care. Stay safe.
Well, so that video by Ms. Markovich really serves as an excellent introduction to this panel. What I took from her comments and from the mission of ICSS is that we are to explore the potential of major sporting events as a model for international cooperation. So it's major sporting events could perhaps serve as a microcosm for how we bridge divides that normally separate us: national divides, ethnic divides, religious divides, regional divides. And if we can bridge those divides by way of small examples like major sporting events, then maybe there's something to be learned on a bigger scale. Major sporting events have certain qualities that maybe could be promoted internationally. They feature competition fairly under a structure of rules. Major sporting events obviously feature sportsmanship and mutual respect for participants. And because they serve as such a powerful model for international cooperation, I think major sporting events actually exemplify a common good, something we can use to bridge the divides. So this panel is designed with just a terrific group of experts to explore this question about what can we learn from major sporting events and can they be applied in a broader policy arena. Let me briefly introduce the three panelists and then we'll turn to a series of questions. First up is Dr. Vladimir Voronkov, the UN Undersecretary General who runs the Office of Counterterrorism at the UN. Next up is Miss Theodora or Dora Bakayanis from Greece. And she was, of course, the mayor at Athens during the 2004 Olympics. And then third, Miss Antonia Marie De Meo, who is the director of the UN Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. And she joins us from Italy today. So the three panelists, I think, provide a broad array of expertise to address this question of security of major sporting events and the potential to use them as a model for international cooperation. So let me turn first to Vladimir. Vladimir, your office, the UN Office of Counterterrorism, is currently leading with others the development of an international policy framework regarding the security of major sporting events. Could you briefly describe that and reflect on the potential that this model or this framework could serve as a broader model?
Douglas, thank you very much for this question. We are proud to lead the United Nations Global Program on Security of Major Sporting Events and promotion of sport and its values as a tool to prevent violent extremism, in which UNICRE, United Nations Alliance of Civilization, CITED, and ICSS are key partners. The program addresses the needs to protect major sporting events, which we see as a common goal of the international community and opportunity to promote dialogue across countries and cultures. We are working to provide guidance and technical assistance to member states organizing important sporting events. Next month, our team will finalize a United Nations global guide on the security of major sporting events, which was developed with the help of experts from security and law enforcement agencies, international and national sport federations, municipalities, the private sector, and technology companies involved in the security of major sporting events. This guide will provide decision makers with policy level tools that reflects current best practices, including with regard to public-private partnerships. So it will be a significant step forward to get together different experiences and to present to the public opinion and decision makers the main ideas how to make this work in a perfect manner. Over to you.
Thanks. Let me turn to Dora Bakayanis, who, as I mentioned, has perhaps among this panel the most practical experience with regard to managing a large international major sporting event. As the mayor of Athens in 2004, she, of course, hosted the world's premier major sporting event. And in her case, in this instance, 2004, the first such event after the tragedy of 9/11. So, Madam Mayor, if I may address you, what do you take from your experience, and what does it mean for a city or a nation to host such an event under a totally new and unplanned for security environment, like the environment just after 9/11?
Well, thank you, Douglas, and hello to everybody. It was a very big challenge for us. Greece was the first country to organize Olympic Games after 9/11. We are a small country with not unlimited funds. As you understand, it was really very big for us. It was very big economically because we had not planned 1.3 billion euros for security. But on the other side, we had also to adapt the whole spirit of the Olympic Games to the security measures which were needed. So it was really a great challenge. We worked very hard on it. We worked very hard. We cooperated with a lot of intelligence service around the world. We cooperated with a lot, and we asked for technical assistance from a lot of friends around the world. We prepared the plan, which was the plan in case of a catastrophe, which of course did not happen. But also we had to adapt a lot of our organizing projects for the city of Athens, which means that we had a lot of cultural events prepared. They had to change. Which means we did not have any big events, that we did not fill the Athens Panathinaikon Stadium with people and having a cultural event, but we had events all around the city, smaller events. Smaller events are more easily controlled. In smaller events, if something happens, it cannot be as damaging as in big events. So that was the first decision we had to make. The second was that we really asked all people to cooperate on that issue. And it was, Douglas, amazing. The taxi drivers of Athens felt responsible, each one of them, for the security and the success of the Olympic Games. The people in Athens, the people who welcomed in many different languages, all the visitors and the athletes felt responsible for the security of the Games. So practically we involved the whole society of Athens in this effort. And I think that was extremely successful because honestly, I had a lot to deal with the press at the beginning because they looked a little bit down to us. They said, okay, Athens, what will the Greeks do? The Greeks are never ready. The Greeks are not well organized. You know, our fame was not the best in the world, but we managed. And practically everybody was surprised that we managed so well. And I think that part of it was the organization, and part of it was really the people who really wanted the Athens Olympic Games to be a success. Last but not least, we in ancient Greece, as you know, we invented the Games, but we didn't only invent the Games. We invented also a word called ekechiria. Ekechiria means that 7 days before the Olympic Games, and until 7 days after the Olympic Games, the wars stopped in ancient Greece. And they stopped so that, first of all, the athletes could go to the event. They stopped also because they knew that the different athletes from different cities at the time, from different countries today, would meet, and it was a way, instead of war, to have a dialogue and a rapprochement between the two cities. So this is the ekechiria of the Olympic Games. And this was very clear in Athens. I saw in front of the City Hall of Athens, Palestinians, Israelis, Arabs, different Arabs, Europeans, Americans and Russians dancing the same Sirtaki dance with a lot of understanding for each other. And this is the magic of big sporting events. This is a magic people who are not active in sports, but who can understand and can look at it, that you can feel proud if I see the Turkish flag because the athlete who won the medal was worth it. So you understand, this is another spirit. So I've been a Minister of Foreign Affairs for years. Let me tell you, the success of people together in the Olympic Games was much bigger than anything which I could do later as a Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you for that. The vignette of the multinational dancing in front of the City Hall is a perfect vignette that captures as you say, the magic or the convening power of major sporting events. And that's really what this conference and what ICSS is really all about. Let me turn to Antonia Marie de Meo, who runs the UN ICRI and has been involved for more than a decade now in terms of programs for securing major events. Antonia, most of the work to date has been done with regard to providing security against man-made threats, and most prominently, like the Athens Olympics, terrorism. But today, in the midst of this COVID pandemic, I wonder if the lessons from the last decade or so can be applied to natural challenges, natural, not man-made events, like a pandemic, for example. I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the panel, and it's great to see all my panelists on the screen. I'm new to UNICRI, but indeed UNICRI has been involved in supporting security planning of major sporting events for nearly 2 decades. We started in the post 9/11 era with preparations for the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin, Italy, where UNICRI is headquartered, and the pictures behind me is actually our building here in Turin. At that time, we were mainly supported by the government of Italy and also the municipality of Turin. But since then, really all member states have recognized the importance of security planning for major events. In 2006, ECOSOC approved a resolution that gave UNICRI the mandate to support member states in security planning of major events, including sporting events. And since then, UNICRI has developed a security planning model that has been used in more than 70 countries around the world. 10 years ago, we published a handbook for public-private partnerships and expanded the work also to looking at the protection of tourism and also vulnerable targets. And our program today focuses on protection of crowded and public spaces, security planning for major sporting events, and also promotion of sport to prevent violent extremism. And what we see is that all of these things are really related. In the last 20 years of activities, we have supported events that related to sporting events, but we've also supported political summits, international fairs and expositions, religious gatherings, and other kinds of mass public events. So the principles are easily applicable to other kinds of large gatherings. And I want to just talk a little bit about some of the evolution of the threats. You talked about how the threats used to be man-made and now it's something different. Of course, when we started our work in 2002 after 9/11, the focus was on counterterrorism measures. And at that time, effective security was based upon sophisticated intelligence and early detection. And then in 2004, Facebook was launched. And in 2006, Twitter was launched. And in 2007, we had the iPhone. And what we realized during this period was that every spectator and every participant at a major sporting event had the power to interfere with carefully planned security measures. They could post pictures or news. It might be fake, it might be real. We weren't really sure. So social media has added a whole new layer of complexity for security planners, and that continues until today. Over time, we have learned how to assist law enforcement to develop specialized skills and techniques to address threats within the social media sphere. The next big thing that happened was sophisticated technologies, big data, and artificial intelligence. And that's happened over the course of the last decade. And these create new challenges for major event security. In response, member states have developed complicated cybersecurity measures that require monitoring and lots of upgrades. And the reality is that even with no malicious acts at all, any interference that affects cyberspace or the energy sector, for example, a power cut for just a couple of minutes, can have severe repercussions on the overall organization of a major event and its security. UNICRI actually founded a center in a center in The Hague on AI and robotics in 2017. And we look into precisely these challenges in The Hague. The latest chapter in this evolution of threats has really come from biology. So we had the spread of the Zika epidemic during the 2016 Rio Olympics. And now we have the current COVID-19 pandemic. And this has reminded all of us quite dramatically that our lives and major events can be jeopardized by threats that exist in nature without any malicious intent. And they can be mitigated or accelerated based upon individual human behavior. We have, of course, always followed the expertise of WHO on communicable diseases, and that's a really important part in the planning process. So what we can see is that the security threats have evolved and expanded. Some are man-made, some are influenced by human behavior, some are beyond our control, at least initially. And we recommend that member states move away from a traditional security planning approach, which is usually handled by the Ministry of Security or Ministry of Interior, and that they instead embrace an integrated security planning approach with a whole of government approach, that all the service providers, healthcare, fire, civil protection, intelligence, all need to be involved and play an active role in security planning and response. This ensures better coordination and a more efficient use of public resources, but more importantly, it results in a more comprehensive response to address the full range of threats and risks and mitigation measures. My staff, as we were talking about this, reminded me of a very famous African proverb, and I'm just going to end with that because it fits what we're talking about. And it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that's definitely true for security planning at major events. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonia. Let me just come back to you. You, in a very interesting way, outline what began as a project or a program against physical security threats, most prominently terrorism. But then you introduced, I thought, in a very an interesting, intriguing way, the impact of technology. And now perhaps a third wave, right? Which is this sort of biological, the threat of pandemics. So here in the United States, major events, in fact, I think we can cite even this conference today, have adapted to this third wave, the biological challenge, by way of virtual activities like today's conference. But in case of major sporting events, in many cases, we're still in the very early days of adapting. And that adaptation has been rather draconian. You know, it's essentially no spectators. So we're having our National Football League, for example, is playing largely without spectators. And so the initial response has been rather drastic. Do you imagine, given the earlier adaptations, that the adaptations to this wave, the biological pandemic wave, will eventually adapt and move us back towards something less severe?
I do, and the reason I expect that is because we also see the benefits of the sporting events. We know that these sporting events promote social cohesion. I think Madame Mayor said it better than anybody could, that seeing those flags together, seeing the Palestinians and the Israelis and people from all over the world unite together in sporting events, the power of the social cohesion is so important that we will want to find a solution. I think the public will rise up and want to find a solution, but also we who are promoting member states and governments and global peace, we want to find a solution because we can't lose a platform that is as powerful as sporting events to promoting social cohesion. We have a lot of lessons that we can learn from these vast kinds of threats where we are going to be able to come together and formulate something that will work. The threats have adapted, but we can also adapt. So I'm really confident that we're going to get there so that we don't lose the benefits of sporting events for social cohesion, and we're still able to provide the security that's necessary.
Thanks. I think it's important for us all to appreciate that we are in the very early days, and really only days, of adaptation to this third wave, if we can. Vladimir, I'd like to come back to you. So you have a broad perspective of this challenge. And I'm wondering about your thoughts on the applicability of major sporting events and the security of major sporting events to a broader arena. So what can we take from major sporting events as a model for international security? Can we translate from the microcosm to the larger case? I think you're still on mute, Vladimir. There you go.
So indeed, providing a safe and secure experience for major sporting events, it's critical to make it more difficult for terrorists to carry out attacks. But contribution of major sporting events to peace and security doesn't stop there. Sporting events remind us of our shared human values and strengthen community cohesion. And Douglas, you started your introductory remarks with this very important issue. You know, I think sport is a unique platform for security services to work very closely together. I remember that during the World Cup in Moscow, it was absolutely harmonious cooperation of different security forces from all around the globe working as a one. And I think it's a very good example that even so delicate, so, you know, so restricted in action services are able to work together when there is a need to work together. You mentioned also this pandemic. I think still there is a big challenge for the international community, speaking about security issues, including security of sporting events, because virus is very strong against any kind of public activity. So I think we need to find a good recipe how to work together. Still, you know, unfortunately, lack of trust is prevailing at this very moment. But sporting events, it's something like a step-by-step approach to recreate trust and confidence across the globe. And security of sporting events is a core issue for this re-establishment of trust and confidence. So I think it will be very important tool in future in the next days, I think, in order to find the right answer to these questions and challenges appeared starting from this pandemic. So I think it's very important to use these tools of sports and security of sport events as a tool which could unite better different countries and overcome the current misperceptions and misunderstanding. So I think it's very important to proceed this way.
You know, that sort of rebuilding of trust and maybe public confidence may be especially important in the coming months and frankly years. As we come out of this pandemic and as we contend with the next phase of dealing with the pandemic, which of course is the vaccine period, which is now just in its opening days. Dora, let me return to you. You commented on the cost of securing the 2004 Olympics in Athens. Now, what's the legacy of that cost? I mean, is the cost so high that it might actually impede the hosting of future events? Or how did you and your city, your country, contend with those rising costs, which could really become an obstacle?
Well, let me tell you that the legacy of the Olympic Games in Athens is very big. So our society gained from this legacy. First of all, the infrastructure which was prepared, the metro, the roads, the airport. There were a lot of infrastructure which probably would take many years to come to be finished. But due to the Olympic Games, it finished and it finished successfully in time. So this legacy is very big. Of course, the sporting infrastructure also. What I was talking about was the concrete cost of the security measures. The security measures were very high. So that's why I believe that at the end, one should see and should look into having a having an arrangement where also the cost is divided between the hosting country and the organization itself, because it can become quite big. Greece paid for it, it's finished, but in the future, very big events like the Olympic Games will be quite difficult to be organized by smaller countries, and they should be able to be organized by smaller countries. and by not so healthy economies. Because this is the main idea. The main idea is not that the Olympic Games are organized by the United States, Russia, France, Britain, and Australia, and China. I mean, it should be possible also for smaller countries to take this kind of responsibility. So that's why I said that this cost has to be a participation for this cost, the security cost, not the infrastructure cost, but the security cost, also from the organizers themselves. Now, like Tonia said, because I believe that she is absolutely right, if you want to secure a big event, you have to have an integrated approach. I'm happy that we are do, etc. So offices, so that we did not face the problem Giuliani faced when his whole emergency center was destroyed. We had an emergency center and practically a second one, so a fallback emergency center in case something would happen. What I mean is you need an integrated plan. But let me finish politically. We are not ready as a generation to sporting events, big conferences, meetings due to the pandemic. We faced the pandemic. We will face it also with now with the vaccines, with the new medicines, but we will not give up, because if the generation before us did not give up after the pandemic in 1918, it would be at least ridiculous. Connecting through big conferences, we are connecting through congresses, we are connecting in traveling, and this is something that I believe very clearly must be said. At least me as a politician, I'm saying it very openly. We are not ready to give it up, and we will not give it up.
Well, that's a very strong and clear statement mission of the International Center for Securing Sport, because we believe in ICSS that sport is a model for cooperation across boundaries and can be used as a helpful model in broader and different settings. Antonia, let me return to you. I was intrigued by your point that providing security by host, say a host nation, involves not only international cooperation, but cooperation within that country, and this is cooperation that governments, national governments, regional governments, often find very difficult. In fact, you can argue that cross-boundary cooperation is one of the challenges of governance itself. So what some of... Sorry, Dora. So we're still on. That's okay. It's okay. It's one of the hazards of the pandemic, right? So we all live this. But Antonia, what are the lessons that we can take from UNICRE's work about how to promote this cross-boundary cooperation, which governments may not find very natural?
Great, thank you for your question. And coordination is at the heart of a lot of the work that the UN does, and certainly at the heart of some of the UN reforms. So I really appreciate this question to be able to highlight the importance of coordination. Planning a major event is an opportunity for member states. It's not only a challenge, but it's an opportunity for member states to review their security standards and their practices and to upgrade them to meet the threats. And in order to do this requires an iterative process where you're constantly learning and you have new information and new adaptation, and you feed that back into the loop in order to inform your future practices. The UN Global Program provides an excellent umbrella to draw together all of the experience and expertise that's needed for this iterative process. And it then provides member states with a wide range of knowledge and tools to draw upon as they undertake the major event security planning. And that would include the upgrading of their own security standards and practices for the future. And again, I thought that the comments from Madame Mayor were very interesting because she made the difference between the infrastructure and the security itself. And I think there's learning and lessons that are needed on both sides. So it benefits your national interest, but it benefits also you as a host of the event. Proper international coordination would facilitate things like the exchange of best practices and expertise. It would facilitate the exchange of relevant information about security threats and risks and intelligence information. It would also exchange experience about the effectiveness of certain mitigation measures, because we're in a phase where we're going to try different things. Some things are going to work, some things aren't. We want to learn from all of those experiences. And of course, there would be resource sharing, such as sharing of human resources, but also sharing of specialized equipment or technology. UNICRE leverages our extensive experience in the field through the UN Global Program. So we are able to bring our experience through the global program, and that can assist member states. And some of the areas maybe are of interest. So for example, we can assess and reform law enforcement governance structures. We can also look at integrated multi-stakeholder security planning, applying this whole of government approach, which I was talking about before. But we also want to look at issues like accountability, efficiency, gender empowerment, and even workplace conditions for law enforcement and security officers can definitely impact the final security that's offered. We want to look at allocation and use of technology to assist security and law enforcement, and strengthen the communication mechanisms between law enforcement and the local community. And lastly, to look at partnerships with private sector. So we can bring expertise and experience in all of those areas to member states as we look at how the major events security is done. And lastly, I want to mention that the global program is facilitating the appointment of national focal points and also establishing a regional coordination platform. And through this, member states can enhance their own bilateral and multilateral coordination as well. So international coordination is exactly the way that we can keep major event security relevant and sustainable, because it allows us to work together in this evolving and adaptable environment that we're in of changing security threats. Thanks.
You know, as I've worked with ICSS, I've been very attracted to this model of the convening power of major sporting events. And this goes back to Dora's image of, you know, multinational convening power of the Olympics. But I'm attracted today to this broader point, that it can also serve as an example of cooperation across government boundaries, right, or within governments, but also among nations. And this is, I think, very interesting, because we face a challenge now with the pandemic, where international cooperation and cross-government cooperation will be vital to our response now as we enter the vaccine stage of the pandemic response. And quite candidly, my experience in the US government and even my experience in the US military reminds me of the challenges of cross-government or cross-agency coordination. And this really, I think, comes to the heart of the challenge in front of us, much broader than just major sporting events. Vladimir, back to you. So your office in particular deals with member states and the challenges with violent extremism. Is there a role here for major sporting events to help in that particular field, perhaps the field where physical security against violent extremism is most severe?
It's a very good question, Douglas. Thank you very much. But first of all, about coordination, I think it's absolutely key issue in every kind of human activity, especially now. We did establish in the United Nations a global coordination compact, which consists of 43 entities doing different shades of counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism. UNICRI is a part of this arrangement, by the way, and we are working very closely with UNICRI not only on security of sporting events, but on many other issues as well. So it creates a very good spirit of common action, and it creates also an opportunity to get together different actors to be in line with common programmatic activities. So it's very important. Secondly, you mentioned the issue of bioterrorism as a possible threat for the next period of time. And this is a really very important issue, because if we're speaking about medical infrastructure in many places of the world, one can say that it was not very well prepared to address this COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we need to be vigilant in this regard. We need to find the right answer on this possible bioterrorism threat. And I think it's one of the tasks for the next period of time. But speaking about prevention of violent extremism and sport, I can say that uniqueness of our sport and prevention of violent extremism program is the interlinkage between the protection of major sporting events and the opportunity they offer to leverage the values of sport to achieve prevention of violent extremism goals. Let me explain. These events are a great opportunity to address a global audience with clear prevention of violent extremism messaging, leveraging on sport values such as tolerance, respect, integrity, solidarity, equality, and care. And we are developing a global campaign involving the participation of world-famous athletes and youth to this end, which we expect will gain significant exposure during upcoming major sporting events, including the Tokyo Olympics. We hope that these Olympic Games will take place next year, the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and the 2021 Africa Cup of Nations. These events also offer an opportunity to promote the participation of youth and children in sports as a recreational activity. This helps children and youth build transferable skills such as confidence, self-control, and teamwork, while at the same time serving as a positive means to release stress. Sport events also allow children and youth to connect and identify with positive adult role models. In sum, sport has the potential to be a powerful tool in our efforts to prevent violent extremism, which is precisely what our sports program seeks to unlock. And I would like to praise the role of ICSS has been playing in our efforts as a critical partner of our program.
You know, I'm attracted to this idea that the calendar of upcoming major sporting events. So you mentioned Tokyo, the Tokyo Summer Olympics, which were postponed by a year, and now will be the summer of 2021, so just 6 months off, right? Not far behind that are the scheduled Winter Olympics in Beijing in early 2022, and then you mentioned the World Cup in Qatar in the summer of 2022. And I wonder if, as this panel looks forward, whether those sort of three events, those three milestone events, might serve as examples of the world coming back together after a period where arguably the pandemic has divided us. Dora, what does this upcoming set of three events, what does it mean for your successors, the hosts of those three events? And is it possible, can you imagine that the combination of Tokyo, Beijing, Doha could actually help the world come together in a way post-pandemic that is very healthy and promotes cooperation?
Well, I think that it is a big opportunity. The Tokyo Olympic Games, which are the first, it's a great opportunity for all those who are exactly thinking of the preparation to really try to have an international agreement of how these games will be really possible. For example, will the hosts ask for a vaccine? Are they, there are a lot of moral questions here. So as a member of Council of Europe, we have to deal with it in the next 6 months. So are you allowed to ask for a vaccine before you allow people to attend the games? Which means that I will probably attend the games. Will I be obliged by the hosts to have a vaccine before? First question. Second question, are you allowed to ask the athletes to be vaccinated? Probably not. If the athletes are not vaccinated, how many tests and how much testing will be going on every day in Tokyo during the games? Which is also an open question. Third, do you have the infrastructure in Tokyo, the hospital infrastructure, to really go out to the world and say, okay, in case I have taken all these measures, but in case something happens, yes, I have at least the infrastructure for so and so and so. So the Tokyo Games are really the test, in my opinion. If the Tokyo Games win, and I have a big trust in the Japanese organization, if the Japanese really, and with the help of everybody, of course, because there you have an international agreement. Greece must agree how we will send over our people. The United States have to agree how they will send over their people, etc. So we have, if the Tokyo Games find the know-how and we agree on the roadmap, which we have to follow, then the other games are much, much easier to conduct because they will have a ready recipe. Third, yes, in my opinion, the summer 2021 will be the mark of the coming back to normal life. That's why the Olympic Games in Tokyo are so important, because the whole world will see normality, hopefully. We'll see the stadiums full of people, we'll see the athletes, and the whole, this depression which the world feels will be left behind. So in my opinion, we have to do whatever is
Antonia, do you feel that based on the experience of the last 10 years, that the next 10 years feature an opportunity for sport to serve as the same sort of model that Vladimir and Dora just suggested? So can Tokyo 21, Beijing Winter 22, World Cup, Doha, can they be the milestones that really move us forward? And then I think we'll conclude with your thoughts.
Great, thank you. I certainly agree with Vladimir and with Dora. I think this is an incredible opportunity for everyone to come together. And I think that it really draws on all the principles that we've been talking about throughout this hour. It draws upon our ability to coordinate, to support each other, to apply all the lessons learned. I mean, this is why this global program is so important, to build on the 20 years and the experience to bring together. I also think that it creates an opportunity for us to have the wider discussion about how do we balance security measures with human rights. And again, these are principles that are not new. We know that there are tensions, particularly at challenging times when we're trying to address very, very complicated concerns. But again, the United Nations can really serve as the model for this, because we know that we need to put the principles of human rights, rule of law, and equality at the center of everything that we're doing. And governments will be able to better serve their people, and they will be able to improve the overall security context when we bring all of these principles together. So I completely agree with the other speakers, the other panelists, and I think that together we bring the experience and we try our best to make this coming period the successful mark as we move forward. If for whatever chance the science and the medicine isn't ready for that, we will have another future opportunity. If it gets delayed a couple of months, it gets delayed a couple of months. But for the political, the social, the moral reasons that we've been talking about today, the marker will come, and we will draw on all of the experience and lessons learned in order to make it a success. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. As we draw to a close here at the top of the hour, I just want to thank for her opening comments, Ms. Markovich, but also for the three panelists here who have been very candid and I think thoughtful about the power of major sporting events as an example, as the model for cooperation. I drew personally some lessons from this conversation, and most important, I think for personally, if I can share my notes, would be that major sporting events serve as a laboratory for cooperation within governments, within the host governments, across governments, so in the international effort, and even as a laboratory for multinational organizations as large and as comprehensive as the United Nations. So in that way, I think ICSS and its mandate, its mission, to try to promote this model of security for large sporting events is right on the mark. It's on target in terms of the power of the example. So again, let me thank each of the panelists and ICSS, the organizer, the convening authority of this conference, and turn back over to our hosts.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on what I think is a very exciting panel. It is Protecting Sports in Regions of Turmoil. Now, we're joined by career diplomats, three men with extensive experience in negotiating, in moderating what are very difficult situations. So first of all, we have Mr. Miguel Moratinos. He's the High Representative of the UN Alliance of Civilizations, joining us from New York. We have Staffan de Mistura, again, career diplomat, former Under-Secretary General, and UN Special Envoy to countries like Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And last but not least, we have Mr. Konstantinos Filis, who is the Director General of the International Olympic Truce Center. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you much for your time. If I could start briefly, Moratinos, and how the tools you have, how you try to implement them on the ground for change.
Well, thank you. Let me first, Stephanie, to thank you and to thank the International Center for Sports and Security, and also our dear partner, UNOCT and UNICRE, for having this initiative, to have this conversation, as you say, in order that we can go a little more deeper and how we can really achieve or to have a world where terrorists, fanatic, inverted commas, barbarian will not have a place to live with us, and we will have succeed in our common endeavor. So the United Nations allows civilization. I look back of how it was created. It was, I would say, my idea, my concept. It was specifically after the terrorist attack in Madrid on the 11th of March of 2004. So it was a response to a kind of terrorist attack, but at the same time, after being convinced ourselves in Spain that there was a negative tendency to put together, engage each other, this so-called West, and this is called Islamic and Arab world, in a collusion course. It was the response of what Samuel Huntington tried to demonstrate, that it's a class of civilization. And we were, on the contrary, convinced that it is a class of ignorances, but not a class of civilization. So this UNOSC, from his inception, is have a anti-terrorist goal. How we can radicalize, how we can create an understanding and mutual respect between different cultures and religions and cultures and civilization. And so what we have been doing during the last 15 years was mainly on the prevention side. My predecessor created several programs on education, on media, on immigration, on youth, and then I include, as Stefan de Mistura, my dear friend, was referring now in the Afghan talks, how the women can play even an important role. So I include, since my appointment, the gender issue as one of the pillars of this mediation capacity. We were not we were in the prevention, we were not in the mediation, as de Mistura was trying to make peace in Afghanistan, in Syria, and so. But the UNOSC have the capacity to work, I think, now in both cases. I think on the prevention to create a better society through their programs, and at the same time, we are now exploring, and we have a good cooperation with DPPA and the UN system, the mediation responsibility body, in order that we can help facilitate a positive outcome. Listening to de Mistura say what is the Taliban now negotiating with the government and United States government. The United States government, at the beginning, when they were trying to start the negotiation in Doha, they were asking ourselves to be prepared in case the deal is done and they started to have a plan of action. There will be, for them, and I think for us, a place for the Alliance of Civilization. I think who better than ourselves could understand the difficulties to put together some position from the Islamic point of view, from the secular point of view, from the role of women, for the role of youth. So I think there is a possibility that the United Nations Alliance of Civilization can be, I think, a very good instrument for this conflicted zone. The same has happened now after Nagorno-Karabakh situation in crisis. The Ministry of Culture of Azerbaijan has called us and have demanded us to be ready to participate in the rebuilding the trust between the communities. And I think that is something that will provide to generation the possibility to understand better the other. If we don't respect the other, if we don't really have this understanding, it's going to be very difficult to have a living together among ourselves.
Absolutely. I think, engaging people, and I think sport is so important when it comes to that. Also having opposing sides, often you put them in a football game or whatever, all of a sudden there's a communal language. Let me move on to Mr. Philis. When it comes to the Olympic truce, this goes back over 2,000 years. Explain to us a little bit about how you are trying to implement it now and what does it mean?
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Well, the International Olympic Truce Center is one of the main bodies of the Olympic movement that advocates all those ideals that link the Olympic Games with society. And we aspire to create a conscience of non-violence, a mentality where people will not fight other people. But we cannot just turn the dial to peace mode. Unfortunately, we do not bring peace. But we can cultivate the conditions for the ideals of peace to flourish, and we use sport as an we can even work with peacekeeping missions to provide them with ways to engage children in sports activities. We focus very much on the youth as a means to help post-conflict societies transcend their differences. And we strongly believe, and I strongly believe personally, that no society is warlike by nature, but a society subject to the choices made by its governing. To make a long story short, I to see them part of our everyday life. But indeed, and I will close with that, and then we can come back with some of our initiatives, some of the projects that we run, which I hope are of interest to you and my co-panelists. To pursue our goals effectively, we certainly need to develop the appropriate synergies and attract the right partners.
Infrastructure in countries. That I think is in place, and it sounds wonderful, but obviously also as a journalist, our question is always like, how does that translate down to change on the ground? And I wanted to ask you, looking at these, social, political efforts, when it comes to things like sport, which isn't always a priority when it comes to these countries, how difficult would...
But
I was planning in my original plans in my life to become a medical doctor. Then my father convinced me to become a UN international doctor of countries in difficulty. But basically, it's the same principle. But the idea on how to respond to this type of challenge you said is still helping me. I give an example. As you heard, I remember in UNICEF at that time, after the 1993 General Assembly resolution on Olympic truce in Atlanta, to have an Olympic truce. And the dream was, it didn't work, but the dream was to have during the Olympic Games a ceasefire or a reduction of violence. Let's call it like this. Reduction of violence during those days. And it did work in many countries, but not everywhere. So did we fail? No. Like a doctor, you try to save lives. If you can't, you reduce the pain, but you try again. And that's what we just heard actually from there. So my feeling is that we are finding it difficult to actually use sport to stop the war, but we can make a big difference, if I may. The first one, you remember very well, I was just looking at it, 1971, the ping pong game between China and Russia and US. Did that not make a big difference? It did. It took some time, but it did. In 1995, we had Mandela with this wonderful initiative regarding rugby. In 2002, I myself had the honor to actually not being a good football player at all, and to play a football match in Rome, guess what? Between Israelis and Palestinians playing together. And Arafat was there and Shimon Peres was there. And we convinced the other team, which was a group of famous singers and artists in Italy, to actually play against Palestinians and Israelis so that they could, if they did, as they did, win, they would actually clap their hands together and say, we can make it. It did work. It didn't work for a long time. We had a conflict starting afterwards. But when they won on that football match, Arafat and Peres looked at each other. I was there, I was playing, but I was looking as well. And they just clapped together. That type of initiative makes a difference. Does it change everything? No. But in the UN, we are used to see that we do steps in a direction. Sometimes it takes a long time. And sport can make that difference.
Mr. Frilis, go ahead. I see you raising your pen. Well behaved.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to add to what Mr. de Mistura just said, that in 1994 was the first major success with regard to Olympic truce, when during the Lillehammer Winter Games, for 24 hours, we secured a ceasefire in the whole of ex-Yugoslavia, which of course might be regarded as a very small place in the world map, but still it was a major success. It was only for 24 hours during the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympic Games in Lillehammer, but still it was the first success for Olympic truce. And of course, I can refer to that afterwards, but another major success was during the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Games, when we had this tremendous and to an extent unexpected rapprochement, or at least an attempt to find some common denominators between North and South Korea. And if it weren't for the games, of course, it is a matter of political determination. There's no question about that. And we should not mix sports with politics. But if it weren't the Olympic Games in Pyeongchang, I presume that probably we wouldn't have this window of opportunity for a kind of a rapprochement between North and South Korea to take place. So just these two examples as extra cases of success for Olympic truce during the last many decades. Of course, there are failures as well, I have to admit. Let's look at, for instance, and I will close with that, at what happened during the opening ceremony in the Beijing Games in China in 2008, when we had this, the outbreak of hostilities between Russia and Georgia, or even in 2012 during the London Games, when the Syrian conflict was raging. but still we build on our successes and we learn the lessons from our failures.
Thank you. I want to move on. Mr. Moratinos, I saw you raising your pen. I also wanted to actually, interestingly, Mr. de Mistura mentioned Israel-Palestine. I know you for a while were the EU special representative to the Middle East peace process. I mean, I remember once being at a Shabbat dinner in Jerusalem with the father was very much about, solving the crisis between the two sides. The mother wasn't. I remember the little boy sat next to me and said to me, well, I play football with Palestinians. So he almost felt like there was a kind of a connection. I wanted to ask you about the power of sports also after you make the point you wanted to make, when you see a conflict like Israel-Palestine, for example, where people are often at so polar opposites because they don't know each other. What power can sport bring when you have, like Mr. de Mistura was mentioning, two sides all of a sudden playing together or even on the same team?
Well, I raised the pen because I want to intervene, because in my introductory remark, I didn't mention the sport, but of course, sport is one of our main tools in today's work of the UNOSC. I mean, that's the reason we are here now, not because we are supporting your initiative. We know how important it is to mobilize the symbolism of sport in the philosophy, in the ethic, at the same time as a driver for youth in order to become much more integrated in their society. So I raised my pen because absolutely I agree with Konstantinos and Stefan, a fantastic highlight that sport have contributed to the effort of peace in the world. And I think while the Chinese United States diplomacy, the football diplomacy, ping-pong diplomacy, Olympic Games diplomacy was absolutely astonishing and fantastic. But I want to share with you my conviction that even if it was fantastic at that time, today sport is even more important than in the 60s, 70s, at the end of the 90s. Today sport is one of the, let's say, common denominator of all, not only state, not only member state, not only government, but the whole society. I mean, you can mobilize with one idea through a sport much better. If I now try to explain myself, even being a politician, how I conceive the new future. I will not have the audience will be 20 people, but if I bring with me Messi, or we bring with me one of the big stars in sport, the room will be totally full. So I want to tell you that what you have done in sport has been fantastic, but now we have let's say, a much more strong factor, a much stronger instrument to mobilize our ideas and our commitment. And you were referring to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Well, myself, I play football. I was a good football player, by the way. And so I played Perez Center. And I was part of the Palestinian team, and we defeated the Israeli one. So I was exhausted, but I played not bad. And so that can really be an element to demonstrate that they can live together. But if you see in today's, let's put football, it's the most, let's say, common, more attractive sport today. Well, any team, any great of the Liga, of the British Championship, French, Italy, whoever, you look the team, and these are multicultural team. There are people coming from Africa, from Latin America, from North Africa, from the Arab world, from European, so they play together and they understand each other. And then at the end of the day, they are satisfied when they are winning, or they are together to try to respond to the challenge. So the sport have now, let's say, even a stronger voice to really mobilize. That's the reason we are, as UNOSC, mobilizing what we call the global, the One Humanity campaign that put all the football clubs together. And we are in close contact with the Qatar government in order that we can, after the 2022 World Soccer game, to have what we call One Humanity Cup, that they will put youth people of different components from culture and religion to play together. And that is what we are working with International Expert Group meeting. I mean, we had in September, and they have a fantastic debate, and they conclude that for youth engagement in sport, in order to combat the prevention of countering violent extremism, the young people are positive change. I mean, they are agents of positive change. And so I think we should try to enlarge our program, our project with youth, because sport today is even much more capable to send a message. I will conclude with a just recent manifestation. Well, is related to racism, but that give us an element of thinking. Well, what's happening in France recently, two football players, two stars, Mbappe and Griezmann, come publicly denouncing, they say, the excessive use of force by the police. And President Macron and the government, they listen more to the opinion of these two football players that maybe to many organizations. They were much more, impacted by the two greatest stars of football in France. They come in this public statement. So the capacity they have is larger than it happened, let's say 10 years ago.
I think absolutely your point on the power of sports stars giving a message and having people listen I think is unchallenged. I think bringing it back to protecting sports in regions of turmoil, I think, you can't do it alone, right? You need governments to play ball. You need the donors to play ball. You need the security situation to play ball. I mean, we're looking at allowing a grassroots level to happen where you have, even if you look, for example, at a refugee camp, just allowing the children to play a game that's been organized, by whatever NGO already helps morale of people who don't have much to do. And then if we take it right up to the level, to the institutional level of government, of policy, of rebuilding a broken infrastructure, of allowing, I know the Iraq team was training outside for years while the country was in conflict. How, and I'm going to throw this out to you, whoever wants to reply can do so. How seriously do governments these days consider sport? To go first? Mr. Di Mistura, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, not enough, frankly, because I've been involved in several conflicts recently in my last years. So let's just mention Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. When the country is in the government in charge of that country during that period, they are using sport mostly to keep unity of the position of the government. And that's not inclusive. And when it's not inclusive, that means it's not really helping. It is much more helping when there is a ceasefire, and then there is a symbol of trying to recompact by having a sport. Secondly, during conflict, young people are drafted or are fighting or are taking care of their families. And the sport events become a target because there are a lot of public in it, and especially in civil conflicts. From that point of view, I must say there is homework to be done in the sense of not just hoping that governments will use sport during a conflict, but use it properly and not instrumentally.
And I remember being in Iraq in 2007, I believe Iraq was in the final, and everything stopped. And when they won, there was celebratory gunfire, but it just goes to show that everyone was watching. All of a sudden, the conflict stopped practically, and I think we've seen it either in other conflicts. Moving on, Mr. Feliz, we were talking about the challenges of all these amazing intentions that everyone has, but actually implementing and seeing concrete changes on the ground. What would you say is your biggest achievement to date that you feel, and I know this is challenging, but you feel is a concrete something that you saw and you said, wow, you know, we managed to do this?
If I may, I just wanted to add to your previous question, one comment. When we talk about sport in a post-conflict society, of course, it is you know, the general picture, but we can also bring it down to the community level. What do I mean by that? For instance, on the community level, we can introduce, especially, of course, to the youth, we can introduce rules to the game in order to make them realize that they need to respect the rules of the game, which by extension means that they should also go in one way or the other to respect the rules of the state or of the community or of how a society works, etc., etc. And then, of course, we try to give them incentives, and I'm talking again for the community level, to give them incentives to come to realize that they can stand a defeat in a game, but even if they are in a war, defeat might mean you know, dead people, might mean death, might mean loss of life. And we also try to make them understand that they should seek a second chance in a given game, even if they lose. In the war, it doesn't go that way necessarily. So gradually, they learn how to use a ball better than how they can use a weapon. Because the two diplomats, and of course you, know that in many places around the world, we have warriors from a very young age. So, you know, we should give them incentives. It's not always easy, but this is the ultimate goal. So about our achievements. Well, there have been some, but I will refer only to three for the sake of time as well.
Briefly, please.
Yes, very briefly. First is the Olympic Youth Sports Center, which was founded in Burundi. This is a multi-sport complex that is located on the border region with the Democratic Republic of Congo, an area known for tension and violence and sorely lacking in recreational infrastructures. We need to build on infrastructure. We need to invest on infrastructure. The second is the Sport for Hope program, through which we provide young people and communities with opportunities to practice sports and receive education on the values of Olympism. It already runs in Rwanda, Burundi, and Zambia. And the last one is a Teglarupe Peace Race, which brings together warring communities from the wider Horn of Africa. And such projects serve as a unique platform for interaction between traditionally hostile communities. And under the theme, No to Guns, Yes to Pens, The Path to Peace, this race has attracted more than 3,000 people, from runners to artists and spectators, as it used to happen in the ancient years, in ancient Olympic Games, because back then, athletes, spectators, but also artists were very, very important for the games to take place.
Those are excellent examples. And I know how rare it is as well to get these things achieved, and particularly the hope that it brings to the people on the ground, the youth on the ground, who often don't have any of the opportunities and the power that sports has. Security you were talking about. I want to move, I'm moving to Mr. Moratinos. I see you. Also, please make your point, but I also wanted to ask you, I know that the UN Alliance also deals with the protection of religious sites. Is there a way that you could apply that in terms of the sports area, providing security, providing stability in countries that still face those challenges?
Yes, Stephanie, but before I answer you about how we can benefit for our plan of safeguarding religious sites, let me add, I think, a dimension of the comment of Stefan and Konstantinos, you know, about how a sport in conflict areas can be positive for, of course, reconciling the society. And I fully agree. Number one, with Stefan de Mistura say, I mean, if you have a conflict and you want to use a sport, have to be as once you have a unity in the country, you cannot have a sectarian use of this sport. But that's number one. And then I think we all agree. And I think it's a kind of precondition. And we have to put in a report of today. I think it's one element that we have to be very clear. But the second one I want to add is that sport has been, still is, an extremely useful instrument for avoiding radicalization. So in a conflict area, where you have displaced people, you have refugees, you have people that are under the shock of the bombing, shelling, etc., and they are lost. They can't go either to become radicals, or they can have other options. And I think we have to really give the capacity to play a sport and to have, you know, these facilities, in order that we can really benefit, in order that they will not be radicalized. I think a sport should be an instrument in order, as we say, to really prevent violent extremism. So we have to provide these displaced people, these refugees, these lost people with a football ground, with a basketball ground, etc. On the issue of the safeguarding religious site, I think it's religious site, as in the global strategy of our friend Voronkov, we are part of what we can call vulnerable site. No, religious site is a site that attract enormously, you know, the terrorists, because they have a multiplying factor impact, you know, around the world. So for that, I think we can have a holistic approach. We have the preparedness and the response. We are giving recommendation to the governments and to civil society through education, through meetings, through preparing themselves, so we can extract practically all the recommendations are included in the plan. I think we can support the facilities and how we create an environment of living together and playing together and having this sport as a catalyzer for all of them.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if someone has got some kind of audio playing in their background. Just check if you have anything that's playing, because there seems to be some form of interference. I just want to move on. Donor support to help rebuild as part of these projects. Mr. de Mistura, let's start with you and then go to Mr. Feliz as well. Is there enough support and money coming in to be able to execute all of this?
Well, I will leave Konstantino mostly to refer to that, but my impression is no, there is not. But let me add, I believe that if there is money should not be too much of a difficulty, should be sport, because billions of people are following sport, and therefore there is, if properly utilized, can be quite a factor of drawing attention on a certain issue. I give you one example. There are conflicts that are, at the moment in particular, since there are so many, and particularly so long, so protracted: Libya, Syria, Yemen, just to mention three, Afghanistan, 20 years almost. there is a donor fatigue and there is a psychological fatigue by everyone. So how do you wake up the people? How do you draw attention to it? Well, sport can be a messenger of that. And by doing so, producing donations for at least a humanitarian relief in that conflict that others would not be able to do. So the sport, like music, has a wonderful capacity of going across the borders and attracting people who normally would not be interested in politics.
Absolutely. I think that's such a crucial point. I mean, it's emotional, it's passionate, it brings people together on a level that is so unifying. And Mr. Felice, I wanted to just bring that point back to you as well, in terms of, do you believe that there is enough donor support? Did you get enough money, logistical support of being able to implement these amazing projects that you've been talking about?
The donor fatigue is widespread, and it has to do. It doesn't only have to do with conflict or post-conflict societies, but it's a wider issue that we need to face. Still, what I can say in that respect, irrespective of the money issue, which of course is crucial. And yes, we need to attract the attention and the interest of grant donors which are interested in investing in sport and the power of sport, which can certainly, as we have all agreed, can certainly serve as a platform for peace, it does not bring peace, but it can serve as a platform for peace. But apart from that, I would also, if I may, Stephanie, like to add a couple of points on synergies between big organizations with, of course, a huge impact. Like, for instance, the IOC, the International Olympic Committee on the one hand, and the United Nations on the other. As you probably know, there is a milestone in 2009 when the IOC granted an observer status by the United Nations, recognizing actually the former's importance and the use of sport as a tool in various activities across the globe in fields like humanitarian assistance, peace building, education, gender equality, and environment. Also, the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, since then contributes to the realization of 11 of the Sustainable Development Goals established by the UN Agenda 2030, such as inclusive and quality education for all, gender equality, climate change, and of course the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. And what's more, in 2015, many people might not know that in a historic moment for sport and the Olympic movement, sport was officially recognized as an important enabler of sustainable development and was included in the UN's Agenda 2030. And as you may know, in 2014, the UN and the IOC signed an agreement aimed at strengthening collaboration between them. And we also had IOC honorary president, Zach Roge, which was appointed as special envoy of the Secretary General for Youth Refugees and Sport. So to make a long story short, again, the UN-IOC bond has proven to be strong, precious, and crucial for implementing various projects in a number of fields. And of course, when we unite, we are stronger, and probably we can in an easier way, or at least this facilitates our work to seek money in order to invest in infrastructure and invest in projects that help sport penetrate society.
Okay, I want to move on to challenges and things that perhaps you would like to see improve in an ideal world. Mr. Moratinos, let me start with you. You're used to having to deal with negotiations, discussing. What are the things that frustrate you more? What challenges do you believe that that are most important that you face, and what would you like to see improved when it comes to particularly the sports issues, let's say?
Well, I want also, sorry, but the conversation is so lively that I think when you listen to our friends, ideas come to my mind and I want to share with you. So before responding to your last question, let me add about your question to Stefan de Mistura. There is enough funding, there is enough financing. I will agree with him, no. Unfortunately, we didn't have all the means and resources to deploy in certain program and project. For instance, we have with the ICSS a training handbook for the use of sport for the prevention of violent extremism through youth skill, development, voluntarism, and education. Well, that is a small attempt not to address this issue. But if you go and you think what is the situation today, you can immediately come to a conclusion. I think, for instance, football clubs, they are extremely wealthy. I mean, the football, let's say, inverted commas enterprise is one of the wealthy in the world. I mean, and they are, of course, very sensitive to be part of social responsibility. So that is what I'm trying to do with our partnership on this One Humanity campaign with the Liga of Spain. I mean, they have a foundation, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Liverpool, Manchester. So they have a lot of resources. Don't tell me they don't have resources because they are extremely wealthy. They are buying players for 200 millions. Can you imagine what we can do with 200 millions in order to convince? So the question how we are going to channel this fund in order that they are satisfied, because of course they want to have their own, let's say, recognition of the work. At the same time, we can do things on the ground. So I will put an example how important is not, sometimes it's not so important about money, but how these clubs can contribute to a better living. An example that the president of Barcelona Football Club shared with me. It was with Bill Gates. Bill Gates was trying to put their vaccine against malaria in many places in Africa. And unfortunately, they want to, let's say, inside of certain African country and the people in the local communities, they were afraid about vaccine. So they didn't want to put vaccine. They say, what is this vaccine? It's something coming from the, you know, the white collar civilization. They are trying to inoculate us with some, so we don't know. What to give a t-shirt with Messi and Barcelona. So when the people of Bill Gates was trying to put vaccine, they give a t-shirt of Barcelona and everybody want to have the vaccine. So that means that everyone was vaccinated. For activities. I think it would be a good idea how we can get everybody to have a collective responsibility to work on that. So answering your, what is concerning me, I mean, concerning me as all of us and mainly Stefan and myself that will be in this very, very frustrating work of mediation and trying to bring peace in this, we need a ceasefire. I mean, ceasefire, put the guns down and try to establish some dialogue. And so how a sport can contribute to that, I don't know exactly, but we have to find a way. But for me, my concern is peace. It's not security, it's peace. And I think we've been too much concerned about bringing security, and it's a kind of insatiable security. You know, much you demand security, more insecure are yourself. So you need to create, you know, an environment of peace, and that sport can create, the condition for better understanding. But of course, ceasefire, put an end to the guns and to, let's say, all these clashes, military clashes, and then go to the round table of negotiation.
Absolutely, I think everyone would agree with you that how unifying sport is. Yes, 2 pens. Mr. Feliz first, and then we'll move on to you, Mrs. Di Mistura.
Very briefly, this bridge from Mr. Moratinos about a ceasefire, and since Olympic truce is actually an attempt to have ceasefire before, during, and after the Olympic and Paralympic Games. So I just wanted to stress that we can understand the vast importance a ceasefire can have in war zones, if only for a month, because it provides an opportunity for a number of actions, from the provision of humanitarian aid through the opening of requisite corridors to time for seeking compromise formula. The main reason behind Olympic truce is that through even a temporary ceasefire, we provide the time for the involved parties not just to sit at the negotiating table, but also to see the benefits of non-conflict and to consider whether in the end it is worth their while to continue hostilities rather than live in peace, not necessarily in harmony, but in peace.
Yes, and I think, Mr. Di Mistura, you have extensive experience in temporary ceasefires. So please make your point, but also I wanted to ask you if there's any memory you have of a sport-related memory when it comes to potentially any temporary ceasefire or anything that's involved in any of these countries that you've extensively spent so much time trying to negotiate and trying to heal, let's say, as you had described earlier.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to support what Konstantinos and Miguel have been saying. Absolutely. Now, how do you actually, let's go back to my medical background perhaps, because it's my strength in trying to accept the unacceptable sometimes, is how do you actually use sport or other initiatives which have the same ecumenical approach in order to produce a ceasefire? Well, because an event of sport taking place at the end of a conflict or at the beginning of a ceasefire produces hope. And that's what the doctor needs to produce in a patient, even when the disease is not over. You are going to make it. We can make it together. And then that produces CBMs, confidence building measures. And that produces a certain trust. And that produces a constructive embarrassment in breaking the ceasefire. And that brings a longer ceasefire. Now, again, once you have a ceasefire, you're also contributing to break the alibi that there is no other solution but the conflict. There is no other alternative but the spiral of fighting. And if you break that one for a week, a month, an hour, you're already giving the feeling that that alibi doesn't hold. So I've been using it, yes. The problem is that those who like doing the war and continuing the conflict know the trick. And when I proposed a vaccination or a sportive event, which I did in Afghanistan, in Iraq, not in Syria, I immediately felt that they were just waiting for the end of it to then start again. So that's why I feel that in order to give it the best chance, you have to still have a beginning of a ceasefire. Otherwise, they will play on it. Remember that during a sporting event, there is a lot of people. And that means also an opportunity for spoilers to actually destroy the ceasefire by having an attack there. So it's a touch and go.
It's complicated for sure.
But that doesn't mean we should not do it. We should continue doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, I wanted to also ask you in terms of what sports means to people. Like we're talking about, the feeling of hope, the feeling of unity. How would you describe what sports means to people in general? For example, a country that's been affected by conflict, embargoed, people, there's no jobs, no opportunities. When it comes to watching their it's a constant. So all three of you actually would be interesting to see how you would Mr. Phillips, let's start with you.
Oh, okay. Well, very good question, or actually the way you pose it makes it even better and more difficult to respond, to be frank. You talk about refugee, the European member states, which has become the external borders of the European Union with regard to the refugee / migration issue. And let me, by the way, refer to the initiative, which was a more than positive surprise taken by President Bach, Thomas Bach, the president of the International Olympic Committee in 2015, shortly before the 2016 Rio, to develop a team for refugees, which participated in the Rio Olympic and Paralympic Games. Yeah. And, I want to praise this initiative taken by President Bach, because in a time when some leaders and some states were erecting walls with regard to refugees and migrants, the Olympic family sent a very crystal clear message to the world that we should be inclusive rather than exclusive with regard to that issue, which by some is considered as a challenge. But getting back to your question, and I will very briefly refer to the role of the co-panelists, I just wanted to underline here how important athletes as role models can really become in any initiative, in any project, because they can penetrate the souls and the minds, particularly of the young generation, in a much better way than diplomats, politicians, academics, journalists, etc. So one of the things I would like to bring to your attention is that athlete, a very successful Olympic champion, and it is something totally different to use this power for a positive
point of view, two main elements of, I think, vital contribution. Number one is the values and principles that sport always have. I think the solidarity, fraternity, unity, playing together, fair play, respect of the others. Well, I think that's values that have to be disseminated in the school education program, but also through a sport. I think there is a catalog of values that in any sport, can be enhanced and can be shared by all the person and youth or young people that play a sport. And number two, as Konstantinos was saying, is the reference. I mean, athletes, sportsmen are icons. They represent their ideal for this youth. They are desperate. So they look, they want to be, I don't know, basketball player or to play in NBA or being in the Champions League. So they represent the success. And the word you use, Stephanie, hope for their future. They are in this miserable condition, economic, social condition, and they want to really get out of that. So how they're going to get out of that? they look to the icon, to the, the reference, and that are the football players. At the same time.
I'm going to have to cut you off. We have 2 minutes.
Sorry. So that's
sport and Mr. Di Mistura for the last 2 minutes. But absolutely, I think what you're saying in terms of hope and in terms of the role that both of you are saying that the athletes, these icons, play is so crucial. Mr. Di Mistura, we have 2 or 3 minutes left.
Thank you. Well, what I heard, I can just agree completely. So if I can add something, or basically add something, well, is that having been in so many horrible wars and having seen and looked at the eyes of the victims at length, and by the way, this has been the strength also they are given to us, their determination in spite of the horror to continue. I feel that sport, whenever it took place, gave them and give them the perception of not being anymore alone, to be part of a larger community, of everyone else playing that sport, of feeling that they are in fact back, connected, and for a certain moment also not being anymore forgotten simply as a problem. Don't call me, you have a problem, you are a problem. Last point. The first victim in a conflict is truce. And that is a horrible victim because you don't know where the truth is. But in sport, the truth is in front of your eyes. And that is a feeling of reminding yourself that you can still believe that truth exists. Bottom line, I think whenever we can, and I think that's the purpose of this brainstorming, we should be having sport as an ally, not only in many fields, but in particular when in fact humanity is in difficulty, and that is during conflicts.
Absolutely. I think it's been, I've really enjoyed it, a fascinating discussion with all of your expertise when it comes to the role of, what these athletes should be playing, when it comes to using sports, perhaps in the beginning of a ceasefire, at the end of a conflict, to create the opportunities and hopes for the children, whether it's in refugee camps or, I think a lot of food for thought there, and let's hope that these ideas can be taken practically. I know you all work hard to achieve that and have the help and the support to be able to implement that on the ground. I want to thank you all for your time, Mr. Moratinos, Mr. Feliz, Mrs. Di Mistura. I think it's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening or good day, everyone, depending upon where you live in the world. I'm happy to present this next panel discussion about racism in sport. It's understood that music makes the world go around, but lately we have said it is actually sports as well, especially around sports diplomacy. But we would be remiss if we did not talk about some of the fouls that are in sports, including racism. From coaching to commentary, grassroots to stadiums, mirrors the inequalities in society that only structural upheavals across its governing bodies will achieve any lasting change. I remember as ice skater Surya Manole being demonized for her body type as she gracefully skated across the glistening platform into which she showed her wonderful talent. I remember Serena and Venus Williams also because of their body types, their pigmentation, were vilified in the tennis world. And Gabby Douglas, the great gymnast, was also tortured because people commentated on her hair. And let's not forget in football, the soccer arena, where Antonio Grandiger, the Chelsea defender, was seen complaining to the referee by gesturing his hands under his arms because he heard racist comments which referred to him as a monkey. And even in America with Black Lives Matter, our people took to the streets and took to the NFL league to make sure that they understood the racism that existed within that platform, starting with the demonizing and the pushing back of Colin Kaepernick, who wanted to make the gesture of kneeling on the knee to recognize what was happening in America. But here we are today on a brighter scale, talking to individuals who can clarify some of these myths or truths about racism in America. Joining me today is will be Colette V. Smith, the founder and CEO of Believe in You, Inc., the first African-American football coach in the NFL for the New York Jets. Welcome to the platform, Colette. Also joining us will be Michael Owen Johnson, former football player, the England teams, and also the England U21's coach. And from Madrid, Spain, the young athletes, Hasma Sissi and Lola Ryan will be talking to us as young sports activists from Dragons du Lava Peas. So I want to start this off by focusing on my questions to our young people. Lola, what do you think about racism in football? You're so young, you're 11 years old, and Hasma is 12 years old. But I see that you have on the Black Lives Matter sweatshirts. Why are you wearing those? And how are you experiencing at such a young age in Madrid, if you do, racism, or how do you think about racism in sports as a young person?
Well, we're in a special neighborhood that in Madrid that it's special because all people of all around the world live here. And Dragons is a football club, and where the people in the players in my mixed gender team are Martín, Mario, Borca, Hugo, who are from Spain, Ayu, Mary, Marwan, who are from Morocco, Alushine, who is from Sierra Leone, Saliu from Senegal, Hao from China, and Javier from Ecuador. And my parents are from Spain. My dad is from Spain and my mom is Irish, and that's why I'm speaking English, and that's why I'm representing my team. And well, in my team they speak Wolof, Creole, Chinese, and but we all speak football. And well, I'm gonna speak about a few things that happened to a mate of mine called Alushine. That from time to time in a match he gets insulted, and then he may lose temper, and is very ugly. Well, we thought of sitting down and stop playing, but we were never able to do so because football is just too fast. But what we've been able to do is to do a kind of a project called Black Lives Matter in sport. And well, we've talked about football, like the boxer Muhammad Ali, Sadio Mane, and also the gymnast Simone Biles. And well, we also talk about our trainer in our team, in our club, called Babu, who is from Senegal. And well, he lived in his village when he was a boy. He wasn't able to play football because his parents thought it was against tradition and religion. And he came and he crossed the desert, got into a boat and he knew his life was he could have died. He nearly died. And the people who do this know that their life is they're risking their lives. And well, anyway, he got to Madrid, Lavapiés, and when he got here, he didn't have legal papers or a work permit, and he earned money. And he also played football on a humble concrete pitch. Well, and his life was like that for 10 years, earning money as a street seller, and playing football. But then the Dragons was created, and Babu was very good organizing the players on the pitch, and he was also very good including everybody, girls, boys from every culture. And Dragons asked him to be a coach, and he accepted. And one day in a match, there was a 9-year-old kid that was getting verbally abused by the other adults on the other team. And Babu tried to protect the kid, but he got insulted too. And then the other adults put their keys on their fist, threatening to punch him. And we Dragons had to call the police and promise to go against racism forever. And 1 year later, he got his work. He got his legal papers, and he our sister they're our sister club, and we're very proud of it. And a few friends of Babu, 10 friends of Babu, pay 10 euros a month to support a teacher in Senegal.
I have to tell you, Lola, you've about the future of the world, you and Hasma, and what you're doing. Your knowledge and your experience is so telling and heartwarming, but it's also mind-wrenching that you can be so articulate And we have adults who put you in this situation who could not express as well as you have the situation in Madrid, which mirrors every place in the world. So I applaud you, and I applaud your coaches and your mentors for you to know this story, because I know that you have been individual via sport who will become a sports diplomat with that mindset, which cannot be erased, as best to my knowledge, based upon what you have shared today. But Hasma, given what—
Thank you.
Oh, pardon?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gracias de nada. Hasma, what do you know about racism? Biracial? Are you Spanish? Tell us a little bit about you and what you feel about racism in soccer or football. We can't hear you. Speak louder, sweetie. Excuse me, her microphone, can someone help her with her microphone? Or Lola, can you give her your piece?
What?
Okay, that's better. All right, now.
Now?
That's better.
I know how painful is racism because my father is from Mauritania and my mother is from Spain. I am 12 years old and I love to play football, volleyball, and go cycling. I also love learning Chinese. This is my first year of high school and I'm so happy because for a change no one is bullying me and I feel that I am not judged on my appearance. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. But this is not like many times for Black people. Moha, a mate from the Ghana, was 10 years old when he was coming back from a football training session. He was stopped by the police. He was wearing the Ghana's football kit. The policeman asked him if he was carrying a knife. I repeat, he was 10. Moha asked the police that he was coming back from training. Of course he didn't have a knife. Once the policeman said, "You play football? I bet that you lie about your age so you can win." So Moha was very surprised and sad to hear someone who's just distributed people say that. How could a policeman be so cruel? Racism does that to people. This is something that Dragon players are always accused. Other teams complaining about being too tall for our age. Of course, I am tall. I am tall. Why do I need to justify that?
Okay, thank you for sharing that story. Another sad encounter to be experienced by young girls. But do you think, do both of you, Lola and Hasma, do you both believe that sports or football particularly can help in racism? I love the story that Lola, you start off with telling us that the diverse ethnic groups within your club, which is amazing. You have basically the world literally at your feet. And how do you think that you as young people playing this elite sports can grow into helping within your game and within your youth racism? So in other words, are you also doing, okay, Hasma, community outreaches as a club as well?
And to be honest, we thought a lot about this. We don't have an answer yet, but what we know is Solution must come working together with other people and other organizations. I remember going to demonstration against racism signs. I was a little girl and I'm happy because that now my friends from my football club sometimes come with me. I feel good when
Hold on, we're losing you. I'm gonna have to ask you to be very still. And if you have another microphone in your hand, pass it to Lola, because we're getting it a little echo. So be very still.
No, él dice que no lo muevas mucho.
Okay.
I feel good when I see wearing the Black Lives Matter hoodies or when we participate in football against racing action weeks. But this is not enough, and that we must keep fighting. Because racism cuts too deep and hurts too much. It's really difficult to explain, but what I do know, I must be strong and proud of my identity. Twice as strong, twice as proud to being a girl. As a strong, this big girl in the graffiti on this wall. As a strong, Wilma Rudolph, the fastest woman on her time. As a strong, the gymnast Simone Biles, who publicly denounced sexual abuse in the USA national team. These are incredible examples, and what they have done is incredible, brave, and difficult. And we try to follow their example. So this is where we play football. After it uses to be a building, and after it demolishes, Kate from the Ghana's training and playing here. After a press campaign, we got support to build this pitch. Now women and girls have a place that is safe. Before this play was created, now many women played here and in public space in Lava Pias. Males dominated public space and girls just look it on. Things that change it now. Women and girls reclaimed our space and we did it playing football.
That's wonderful. I have one last question for you brilliant young ladies. Why is the Agenda 2030 important for your club? Can you explain to us what that 2030 agenda is? Briefly, thank you.
Because we're all global citizens and we come from many countries, but we all share one planet. And if the planet is in trouble, we're all in trouble. And at Dragons, I've learned what it is to work hard to get a goal, and now we have to get 17 goals together.
Thank you so very much. And
okay,
we even created the 17 goals tournament to focus more on this. We played in Madrid and some friends playing in Senegal and Sierra Leone. Our tournament uses football free rules to act reflection and challenge relative with the global goals. And in this time of pandemic, we all have to be together to fight disease, poverty, and all kinds of injustice.
I want to thank you both, Lola and Hasma, for your being here with us today. And I want to let you know, that's right, give yourself a high five. You are already what we call an MVP. You're very, very, the most very valuable and very important person, but you're both very champions. And I believe that through your leadership and those people who are coaching you and directing you, that 2030 will be a great place in the world because of you and your initiation into sports diplomacy. I want to applaud you. Thank you so very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, and both young ladies, you're welcome, sweetheart. And both of the young ladies talked about that space being safe for women, which then I'm gonna throw the ball over to, or kick it to, depending upon your favorite sort of form of football, to Colette V. Smith, President and CEO of Believe in You, Inc., and the first African-American female coach in the National Football League in America on the team for the New York Jets. You can't get any more masculine than that, my lady, right? Hello. So Colette, first I want you to comment. I saw you applauding, looking with a squinch sort of face when these young girls were telling the stories of their multi-ethnic colleagues or teammates, and how articulate and brilliant, how focused they are on what they're situated in the presence, recalling what historically some sports figures like Muhammad Ali, and then looking across the waters and their scope globally. I mean, you can't get any better. So, Madam Smith, Coach Smith, what do you think about them?
I applaud you two ladies. I applaud you two young ladies, you young girls. I see you as my hero. you are the strength that I didn't have when I was your age. Quite honestly, if I was an eighth of who you are right now at your age, I'd be the president of everything. So I applaud you. You breathe new hope and inspiration to me, for you to understand and see what's going on right now and to make a positive change, to make a difference in this world. I applaud you, and I'm so happy. You brought tears to my eyes. And after I get off the Zoom, I'm gonna do some push-ups and work out today because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, Colette, I know you know about being a woman in the game, and what people don't know, you actually played football. So it's not so much that you're just coaching on the sideline, right? But you were actually physically in the game, and you did not start at a young age like Lola and Hasma. And I think that, Michael, that might be amazing to you that she actually played football. Before I even get into the question you, can you just briefly tell us about your actual playing football career?
So I always loved American football, you know, and I talk about American football. I got to show you a helmet, right? I played this kind of football. It was not allowed for girls to play. So girls were not allowed. My brother got to play football and I wasn't allowed to. That never sat right with me. And so at the age of 42 years old, I was at home and I happened to come across by coincidence about a women's professional full tackle football team. And I thought, well, I have to go try out for this team. I owe it to myself to try out. I didn't believe I was going to make the team, but I still owed it to myself as a child, as a young girl at Lola and Hassan's age. I wasn't allowed to. So at this time, I went out to tryouts and I had to experience it. When I saw 45 to 50 women playing football in full equipment, I said, Colette, now you're going to make this team. There are no more obstacles in your way besides yourself. Here it is, go run. I like to say game on, game on. And I made the team. So I was a football player at the age of 42 years old. When most men retire, they retire younger than 42. But I started at 42. I wasn't the greatest player, but I was a scholar of the game. I absorbed everything that all of my coaches told me. I went above and beyond. I have to be the hero of my own story. This was vindication for me that it's never too late to start anything, to do the right thing by you and for others. So fast forward from me being a professional football player as a woman, for me to be the first Black woman, the first African-American woman to have ever coached in the National Football League was a feat that you deserve. You, our youth, deserve. The underserved, the people that are that have been historically discriminated against most of our lives. So it is a platform that I take very seriously, and using my voice, showing by example. Not only did you try to keep me from playing a sport that I love, you kept me from it. But I beat you, my boy. I beat you. I'm here and I'm coaching you.
You are. So let's tackle this first question, okay? I'm gonna stay on the sideline, Coach, because you seem fierce. I wouldn't, want to get on, sacked by you. Okay, we know that sport is a powerful tool for promoting social cohesion and important rules, such as fair play, mutual respect, and tolerance. But sometimes it can also be an arena in which racism and racial discrimination can thrive. You shared part of your story with us. Can you tell us more about the journey and the hardships that you face and how you see other women in American sports, particularly when you look at the WNBA league, right? The women basketball players pay disparity, which is a form of a bias. I don't call it racism, but it's definitely a bias against women. And I know that I support women hockey players. So can you give us a little bit more about the discrimination across not only race, but maybe even gender, in addition to the National Football League, but the other sports into which women are engaged?
Yes. So for me, I live by a code, right? So for me personally, there are 5 C's. The 5 C's are character, courage, courtesy, consciousness, and charity. Not being allowed to play a sport based on your gender or based on the color of your skin, your race. When you think about dissecting the children, Black children that are not allowed to play football because they don't have the money to buy the equipment, the helmets, the shoulder pads. So you can't give a community a sport and say, here, we're giving you a sport that you're allowed to play, and you don't give them the funds to be able to go through it.
True.
Sports, as Nelson Mandela would say, is the great uniter, right? I had the great honor and courage, the great honor of meeting Nelson Mandela's children, and I did an event with them in Jacksonville at the Panther Stadium. When I think about sports, you can obliterate racism, because when it comes to sports, the best is going to win. So your best foot, your best effort is you being the greatest. Are you practicing? Are you eating right? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you showing your true abilities on the field? So it almost makes racism and discrimination disappear on the field. And I mean the soccer field, the football field. You're out there, you're a number. You're a number and you're showing yourself. So this is the way for us to break through any barriers that we face, institutional racism, gender bias. So for me, it has been the greatest thing in the world for self-care, self-improvement, knowing my worth as a player, as a professional athlete. I know the 2 young ladies mentioned Simone Biles, right? And like, she's a hero. She happens to be a Black woman. She's a hero to us and my generation and my population and my demographic. So the WNBA it's a great thing, but they're still not getting paid enough. They're not getting paid like the men. So there are challenges across the board that we need to correct and fix. And I'd like to use my platforms to bring awareness to all of this. You know, like Colin Kaepernick taking a stance, taking a knee against police brutality. He has every right to do that. And he's using his platform to empower the world, not his neighborhood, the world, the planet. As my 2 young ladies, my new warrior sisters, because they're family to me, we're gonna change the planet.
You know, it's amazing. People will look at America, I know with the Black Lives Matter upheaval this summer, would think that this is just the smoke on the volcano, but really it's been firing up for a very long time, almost to the state of lava. I remember taking my granddaughter and some of her girlfriends during her 8th birthday to see Dominique Gabby Douglas. She did a great gymnastic feats, and I watched them, and these were all young women, young girls that were very diverse in color. But my granddaughter, I noticed, took 2 of her little Black friends, and they sit on the steps because we were in the owner's suites of the Washington Wizards at the time. And I looked at them and I heard her say, "Look, she looks like us." I would have never imagined that seeing yourself visibly as young girls on a sports arena, that you were impacted by it, but they were mesmerized by that. And I also think about the championship of Kobe Bryant. The greatest loss was not only the loss of his presence and his great, beautiful daughter who played basketball, but his intent to break also racism through the Mamacita basketball foundation that he founded. But he also, because of the love of his daughter, wanted to make sure that there was pay equity for women. So absolutely. And so I want to go on. There's a pervasive evidence, Colette, that racism and racial discrimination in sports go beyond the individual or collective behavior of fans or isolated cases of racist gestures and remarks made, for example, by athletes, coaches, or club managers. Now, I know you're in those inner circles. Do you think that institutional racism is also at work in the field of sport? And how can we enhance sports organization policies and regulations to promote equal opportunities? And before we say that, my cousin was Emmitt Smith. Famous cowboy.
Yeah, I know Emmitt Smith. I know him very well.
And he was very loyal to the owner, Jerry Jones. But as you know, Jerry Jones had some issues. A lot of the owners have been sanctioned. A lot of them had to give up their ownerships of the clubs, at least not have that active activity because of very blatant racist, not only remarks, but activities and how they treat the players themselves. I work with the various athletic organizations, whether it's the NBA, speaking to rookies and interacting with Roger Goodell. And we had to check them on the racism using Black men, like for the poster child for domestic violence in America, right? So in that club, since you're in that inner circle, and you don't have to talk about the Jets because we want you to keep your job, but in that inside circle, what do you think owners and coaches need to do, you know, to take us from the sideline to across a finishing goal against racism?
So personally, a lot of the owners of these 32 NFL franchise teams here in America, they do not know the hardships that race jogging in their neighborhood where they live, they're going to be stopped by the police. So these owners they're not aware. They don't live through what we go through. I would love to see the NFL owners conduct themselves as NBA owners. And I say that because the NBA encourages their players to speak up on social injustices. They promote it. They say, what do you want to do at the next game? So they all may wear a Breonna Taylor t-shirt and they stand behind them. They encourage it. The NFL doesn't do that. This was the first year that I've seen the NFL make any kind of changes to allow our players to use their platforms and their voices to promote equality. Absolutely. And to bring awareness to police brutality. We need to let our players live. Let our players use their voices. You're using the players to win games for you. Let these players use their platforms for social justice. I want to see more of that.
Okay, and the last question to you, because I see that Ms. Dominique Day has joined us and Michael seemed like he wants to really chime in. So the last question to you briefly, Colette, is during an interview with North Jersey, you said that the Me Too movement had given you courage to speak up and through your journey to help others. The Me Too movement, for people who don't know, is a great women's movement against sexual harassment in America that has taken flight across the world. So can you talk about that briefly so we can then hear from Dominique Day and Michael Johnson?
Of course. So I personally, and I'm very transparent about everything that I deal with in this world and the way I handle my life. I'm a 5-time rape survivor. I am a 3-time suicide survivor. And I've dealt with I've been a victim and a survivor of domestic violence. Today, I'm using my platforms to empower others. And the Me Too movement let me know it is okay to speak up about this. When I was working with the New York Jets, I don't work with the Jets anymore because I started my own company, Believe in You Incorporated, that empowers Black youth and women. And I'm most proud of that. Do I love football? Yes. Do I love coaching? Yes. Was I great at it? Yes. But my purpose is bigger than that. My purpose is to empower. And so I use my voice very openly and very candidly, that if there was something that was done wrong to you, speak up about it. Football saved my life. It threw me a lifeline, and now I want to continue to throw a lifeline to others based on my achievements. I'm in the history books. I'm the first Black woman to coach in NFL history. I'm the first woman to coach in Jets franchise history. I am also a women's pro football player at the age of 42. I'm in the history books. Well, what am I going to do with that? My job is to empower other people through what I've gone through. And I'm happy to be here with all of you, with Dominique, Michael, Marcia, these two young ladies. I love you guys. So use your voice. Stand up for what you.
You know, ladies first, but Michael's been hanging on. We know that you had
No, so good.
Okay, so he's going to be the gentleman. No, Dominique, this is good to follow up. Thank you, Michael, for being the gentleman. You know, this arena of young women and us old sage persons, I should say. But Dominique, thank you so very much for joining us. Dominique is the chair of the UN Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent. Dominique, first tell us a little bit about you and why you believe that sports is a great diplomacy for unity and ending racism in your parts of the world, at the UN, that's everywhere, right? But specifically how we can utilize that platform for the individuals who might be participating and listening to us today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all so much. It is a real privilege for me to join you here today. I want to apologize for my delay. Our public session is also being held this week every morning. And so we've been in session all morning, and then I just jumped over here. But it's really my honor to be able to join you, because I think I think sport is actually offering us a real eye into what it looks like to really confront racism, to really dismantle systemic racism, and to really demand more in ways that few other areas have really met this moment. So I'm, as you know, I'm the chair of the UN Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent. I'm an attorney, I'm a human rights attorney in the US. And what we do is we look and we investigate the situation of people of African descent, of Black folk around the world, and the ways in which they're able to access our human rights, including rights to education, rights to life, rights to family, rights to our children, and how both states and private enterprises make that happen. So that's what I do within that role. But in that space, we do country visits, we participate in important conversations like this, and we try to really shine some light on how prevalent anti-Black racism is in the spaces that we operate, that we walk through every day. I think just what Colette was saying earlier, the ways in which it shows up in our lives, the ways in which we experience racism that folks right next to us may not even see, even if it's happening right here, it may be invisible to the people who are walking with us, who don't have and don't share our lived experience. A lot of our role has been to try to really amplify and uplift how racism operates in our world and how many different ways it operates in our world today. And I think in the world of sport, we're seeing some of the most important and provocative engagements with what it looks like to really confront, to think about, to understand racism. I am not any kind of an athlete. I have a lot of respect for everybody here today. But I will say this, I have been floored by what I've seen from athletes this year. I've seen a lot of statements from, for example, the WNBA, where the women have said, we have been criticized and controlled on what we wear and how we look and how we act and our comportment. Are we ladies enough? Do we look too muscular? Ultimately, whether these criticisms are coming in the language of sexism, of racism, of homophobia, they all are grounded in race. You have a league, and to be honest, a lot of our leagues, as you said earlier, are largely dominated by people of African descent. And what we see is this intersectional racism that continues to populate these mindsets. And it's mindsets of people who learned, and by people I mean our world, who learned to think about Blackness through the lenses of colonialism, through the lenses of the legacies and the legacies of the trade and trafficking in enslaved Africans. When we learned centuries back, right, that our bodies are disposable, our bodies are available, that when you have a game you'd like to play, when you have entertainment you'd like to promote, when you have a profit you'd like to make, here are the bodies that you can deploy in service to that. That was a lesson of what it looks like to create a labor force for business opportunity, for profit opportunity, for white enrichment, and the need to create and to promote white supremacy as space. This is something that we were seeing, right, with NBA and WNBA as people struggle, right? It's not an easy thing. And I don't know that we've given these athletes enough respect for what they've done. It's not an easy thing to become an activist after you've spent your life single-mindedly learning a skill and learning a trade. It's not an easy thing to figure out what's the next step. How do we protest? How do we do it effectively? How do we really engage people? And this is something that athletes and elsewhere have really stepped into willingly and boldly this year in ways that I have tremendous respect for, in part because I think their own understanding of systemic racism is so tied to these legacy mindsets, right? This idea that we will draft, we will pick these people, we'll put together a little team, we'll organize a game, and then ask them to play it with no humanity, with no respect for their depth. And without really understanding that these are people who also feel and see the world deeply. The ways in which they've experienced intersectional racism absolutely influences their understanding of what's happened in this moment, and with language, with activism, with words. And I think we've seen this year more than any other, how effectively athletes in sport can really be at the front lines of a fight against systemic racism.
Well, you're absolutely right. My engagement in sports went back to the mid-'80s when, as a public information officer for the city of Chicago, I was over our national sports teams as far as the celebrations, because that year the Chicago Bears won. Michael Jordan was coming to Chicago, so you know the Bulls were winning like crazy. And even the Cubs, I think, won of the White Sox that particular year. But one thing I did understand in interacting with the players themselves is that normally the Black players, you picked from some small town in the South, you never been around other people outside of your race. Then your owners have you to move to the suburbs where you isolate yourself from communities. And we know economically, for Black players, particularly in America, when they got paid, they saved not only their family, but a whole community because of the poverty most of them found themselves. And because Michael Jordan is a personal friend, and I told him this personally, Michael Jordan, a lot of players were made to be apolitical and asocial because their owners didn't want them to reflect upon their economic downturn if they spoke up politically, which I challenged Michael Jordan, and who as recently, as you have noticed, also has come out and starting to be more political and an advocate for Black communities, because I know personally that he has suffered a lot of forms of racism when he could not buy a football league. Magic Johnson is a friend of mine. It took a long time for him to be able to be involved in ownership of a major league, which he's now with the Giants, I believe, out there in California. But thank you. You gave us such great wealth as to the global perspective of racism in general. And I thank you, Dominique. So now I'm going to go to the gentleman who has been sort of footballing our conversation with the women. So Michael, you know, I just want to know overall, what are you feeling as a Black man? I know that you've had your own circumstances around racism, but before we go into that, tell us a little bit about yourself, a little bit about what you're hearing from the women today, and then I'll ask you a question. Sir, Michael Johnson.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and it's been a pleasure to be on a platform with such powerful ladies. It's really inspiring and motivating to hear. My journey is I'm born in the UK, born in Nottingham, which is about an hour from London. You guys would probably know London very well. Nottingham's less well known. I started playing football in the 1990s, around 91, 92 was my first start into professional career. I had a 20-year career stretching from playing international football for Jamaica, which is my parents' place of birth, but predominantly staying in the UK for my football career. I retired at the age of 37. So Colette, I was inspired by you saying that you started at 42. I'm like, wow, I gave up at 37. That's a superwoman right there. So I gave up at 37 and then embarked on a 10-year education around making sure that I was qualified for so many positions. And it's been a challenge acquiring certain roles, even though you have the qualifications necessary to get these positions. The landscape of the industry of football, soccer as you know it, within the UK is very much white. It's white men who probably are 60, 70, probably 70 plus, who govern the game. So the major governing bodies are run by white men. We have less than 2% of ethnicity in senior leadership positions within the game here. Within the 92 football clubs that we have out the 92 managers, we only have 4 which are people of color in those out of 92. And when you water that down into players, the players make up 33%, but then the transition from the field into managerial positions, into senior leader positions is nowhere, yeah.
You're right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
And I'll just finish with that. And I think that lends itself now into how the game is governed and how decision-making processes are made and legislations and rules and how it impacts people of color, how it impacts the grassroots, the young players that are coming in, because there's nobody in senior leadership positions who takes the real vigor around the Black voice within the game, the Black experience within the game. So there's so many things that are impacting us as people, but yet we don't have the authorities, the legislation to really drive home change. And the kind of questions we're asking now is, does it really matter to the people upstairs?
Mm-hmm. Right. You know, it's amazing when I think about, I spoke of Michael Jordan and my relationship to him, but Michael Jordan also was the person who created economic wealth for Nike, right? Because he recreated the style. We talk about not only how Black bodies make wealth for the owners through the athleticism of the sport that they choose to play, but also the byproduct of athletic wear, right? Because Michael Jordan took it from the little coochie sort of shorts that the men used to wear, playing basketball, to the more loose sort of hip hop style, which revolutionized, and everybody wanted to be like Mike. And now you look at LeBron James and how they revolutionized the sports wear industry as well. We see that with the onset of women in sports, with Venus and Serena Williams sports lines. Every major sport designing company is also utilizing the mostly Black women, yes, other white women in sports, but the Black body started to be the mannequins to increase the revenues of owners and the clubs without the benefits of the players themselves, because from the fresh wear, the ready wear, the NBA players, whatever that is, that money is part of the coffers to the owners, right? Which might necessarily go to each player, depending upon the independent deals they make with agents. But this question, Michael, to you is your experience in with racism in the club culture. Do you think that the regulations that are put forth can help prevent racist attacks. I mean, racism is like water. Is there any sort of fence that it can be stopped or dam that can be built? To your estimation and your experiences.
Yeah, if you was to ask me now at this particular moment, do we have the necessary trust, legislations, and persons in place to really challenge? Absolutely not. We see frequently issues happening where there's attacks on young successful Black men about how they spend their money, whether that's they're buying a home for their families or buying homes for their parents. This is demonized over here, as opposed to something that is celebrated by a young Black man looking after his family and making sure that his interests long-term are safe. We have so many issues on social media where a Black player will miss a penalty and the following morning, the social media, you look on the thread and it's pure racism. And these issues are not dealt with in the right and proper way. I'm not sure if anybody's seen the England game against Bulgaria last season, where the team walked off the pitch because Bulgaria were taunting the players with racist insults, making certain salutes that were predated back to the World War II. And so when you see the punishment that was met out to this country was £25,000, which is not even a car, the price of a car in the UK, but yet you're punishing the country by £25,000 for racism. And so that I could go on with so many problems. So when you ask me about is the UK set up to deal with racism and the legislation and the rules? Absolutely not. And until we start to get people of color into the higher echelons of the game, I fail to really understand how this is going to be tackled unless those that really feel it will be in those places where they actually can start to influence change and make sure that policies and procedures and legislations and all these things that need to be put in place to really impact those that are the ones that are using racism words or slogans. It needs to happen where people of color are now in senior positions.
I think that maybe you can take the lead from American athletes. I think they're driving the conversation with the owners and the leaderships, because there's a adage I take from a movie called A League of Their Own about women baseball players like this: the train moves, not the station. And what I tell athletes, you are the vehicle which drives the wealth, drives the enthusiasm, peak the spectatorship on your performance, your entertainment, your gladiator sort of skills in this coliseum called sport. So I think that the more the players around the world start talking about it, it will become a truly diplomatic platform to which we think can unify people beyond race, religion, gender, and other social constructs that divide us. Well, we're getting toward the end of this, and I want to give an opportunity for you all to make some closing statements, 1 minute each. And I'll start with you, Colette. You're on mute, Colette. Unmute yourself.
Okay, so I want to talk about two things. One of them would be 1 minute. Jesse Owens, 1936 Berlin Olympic Games. The Black man who won what, 400 gold medals, right? And Hitler did not want him to play, okay, not to perform. So we conquered that. It's scary to know that we're back full circle in these days again because of leadership, poor leadership, right? So we got to use our voice. Also, I want to talk about women's football, women's pro football, the WFLA. We're actually now paying our players to pay. We're paying our players now. Women for 20 years were not able to get paid to play based on gender. We're changing the dynamic. The bigger we use our voice, we got to stand up, use our voice, and speak up. If we all unison do this, the world can be a better place.
Okay, thank
Amen.
you.
Game on.
Dominique, quickly, sorry.
I just want to say, I think sport and athletes can also be an important space to reimagine what's possible and what can happen. I really, we use these terms like owners, and I went to undergrad at Harvard. We had overseers, but at the same time, while they were troubled to admit enough Black students into the class, they knew they had to admit 80, and this is what we were told at the time, 80 football players in order to have a senior string. And in order to do that, they brought in football players. They gave them school in the summer so that they would be able to meet the academic requirements going forward. This was a type of affirmative action that did not result in a huge amount, right? Like this was something that was offered to athletes as elites because it was in the interests, and almost like you were talking about before, it had to do with the profit and the interest and the wealth and the brand of the school. And so we see that, especially even among Black people who would want to fight in a direction, we see different reimaginings of what's possible, of how we can interact, are possible when we actually tap into what's being done for people whose lives are actually really important to these sort of white powerful interests. At the same time, I think athletes are shining a very important light on how the availability and disposability of Black bodies can play out. And so I think there's, I'm not saying this very well, but I think there's something on each side here where we can really use the experience of elite and these sort of wealth-driven spaces in sport to really think about what could happen and what should happen when we're not talking about we don't have the resources, we don't have the political will. And I think at the same time, sport gives us a really good look at a current manifestation of the expendability, disposability, and availability, perceived availability of our bodies and how that plays out.
All right, thank you so much, Dominique. I think we have one more minute for you to end this, Michael, for us.
Well, I think for me, the real interesting point is how do we collaborate together? I think the unity is real strength and power. There's some real commonalities with the themes that I've heard today. And also, I'd like to challenge everybody to break down this stigma about leadership amongst our people, that we are much more than just athletes. There's some really smart, intelligent characteristics that we have that could lend itself to leadership. What we're always exposed to are, he can just run, or he can jump. But actually, there's so much more that needs to be broken down about the Black athlete in terms of leadership. When I look at the NFL, and I don't see enough quarterbacks in the major positions. Why is that? And it's a similar sort of straight trait that happens in England, where we're just defenders. We're not the main position. We're not the captains. But there are so many leaders within sport. So I'd encourage us to look at leadership and how that plays out in the senior roles in businesses and organizations.
You're absolutely right. And, just recently, within this month, we did get, I think it's 8 to 10 new Black quarterbacks, which was amazing, but that was driven by the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't believe it, I know it, but I'm Marcia Dyson, one of the members of the high panel for the Save the Dream Foundation, and also the CEO of Women's Global Institute, where sports diplomacy is one of our modules of concern. Thank you all very much for joining me today and on this wonderful platform to discuss racism in sports. But what I think that the viewers will know too, that it goes outside of the field, goes outside of the court or the green, so to speak, that it depends upon the citizenry, regardless whether you play or not, that we're in the game, all of us should be, to end racism in our respective countries, our communities. So very much for joining us today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the floor. Thank you so much to the chair of the panel, Marcia, and member of our board of Save the Dream. And thank you so much to the amazing panelists and speakers. I really enjoyed the discussion. Now, I mean, the time has come to close the first day of Securing Sport. It has been a wonderful day for us. I hope it was for you. Wonderful, first of all, because we could reconnect and spend one whole day with our best partners, our best allies, our best friends. So that's certainly, you know, something that makes us extremely happy. And regardless, let's say, the physical distance, rarely, let's say, we felt so close to people and to our organization, because I think that there is something that is called trust and common vision that is keeping us really close to each other, you know, regarding the fact that we are sitting, let's say, in many instances on different countries and even different continents. It has been really an inspiring day. We talk a lot about viruses which are affecting sport and which are affecting society. We spoke about the virus of COVID-19. We spoke about the virus of corruption, the virus of terrorism, the virus of racism. So even if we are not doctors, but we had to address all these viruses which are affecting our world. But at the same time, we also talked about systemic challenges that our society, and including the sports sector, has to deal with. The sports sector, but also government, such as the challenges which are brought by rapid advancement of technology, migrations, climate change, environmental issues, and so on. We spoke about policies. We thought about policies that can help us to mitigate risk, that can help us to address challenges in a proactive way. And we spoke also about solutions, very concrete solutions, including ways to attack the, let's say, criminal economies which are trying to undermine the world of sport. And finally, and I think this last panel is a very clear, let's say, demonstration of this. We spoke about the need to protect opportunities, the need to restore opportunities. And when we talk about opportunities, we obviously talk and we have to talk about human factors. In this regard, I would like to mention, before, let's say, closing this first day of works, an initiative that we have recently launched, thanks to the help and the technical support of the International Labour Office, which is a program on skills development through sport and through sport-based initiatives. So this is a new program that the ICSS has recently launched, with the idea and with the objective to promote the development of skills of youth through sport and through sport-based projects. But most importantly, the initiative aims and will create a system of skills certification. The development of skills and the certification of these skills is essential to promote and to restore opportunities. Because when the skills are certified, skills are recognized. When skills are recognized, they become a value for possible employers. They become a value to create opportunities, and in particular to protect, let's say, equal opportunities across sector. So I didn't want to miss this opportunity to announce this, and I wish to thank the International Labour Office for their support in developing such an approach. So having said that, I just want to reiterate my gratitude to all the moderators, to all the amazing speakers that have inspired us across these hours of work. Be reassured that we will consider all the ideas and all the inputs that you gave us in the course of the day, and we will utilize it to give the best possible course to our work in 2021 and in the long term as well. Allow me also to thank our production company, ICSS, for their amazing support today and for the support that they will give us in the coming days until the completion of securing sport. So I hope we will see all of you tomorrow when we will continue the conference through the organization of the expert debates starting at 3 p.m. Door time, which means GMT +3, in case this is more understandable. So once again, thank you so much, and enjoy the continuation of the work. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye.